Hey, attention, please. Order. Order. Can you have order here? Yes. Marginalized. Takutoa hapo. Okay. Good morning. Umesema yako. Yes. Aha. Next. Hiyo group ya birthday girl hiyo. Good morning.
My name is Daniel Christian, and what I learned yesterday was that our address of the car, you need to be vulnerable to your
We understand. Go ahead. Thank you. Uh-huh. Thank you. Next. Nyinyi mnakaa noise makers sana nyinyi. Aha. Thank you. Oh, flight mode. Uh-huh. Good morning. Thank you. Yes. Okay. Good morning. Okay. Next. Good morning. Uh-huh. Climate finance for investment. Next. Morning. For just transition. Thank you. Akode. Oh, Karen. Okay. Morning. yeah, ask for compensation. That is loss and damage. As you usually say, Africa, we don't have a debt to pay. Yeah, we need the West to pay for the things that we are undergoing. So thank you so much. The group at the back. I'm kwa class. Nancy, tell us something. Morning. It's a recap of what did you. Thank you. So before I sit, I just want to say one thing. When I say what do we want, we say what? Okay, now we want to say it with some energy. Sawa. Yeah. What do we want? Wengine wanaandika, wengine wanacheka. Okay, one more last time. What do we want? Thank you. That was my time. Collins, please take over.
The person who put up this mic, we have a bone to chew. This is exposing me that I'm short. That's much better. I think everyone else know who I am. I'm Collins Oduor Otieno. I work with Dorcas Aid International, but I equally support the program that YWCA is currently implementing in partnership with Ike, of course, through facility coming from HIVOS, through the Voices for Climate Just Action. So, ladies and gentlemen, today we are here to consolidate our voices as the national. I think this is the first national civil society, or PRECOP. So I think the bar is too high for us. It's either the bar is too high or the beginning of a very funny joke. But the bar should be too high so that at least we meet the bar, even as we consolidate our efforts. We are only probably 2 or less weeks to the Conference of Parties. So that means that probably this could be, let me just say, this could be, or probably is, the only PRECOP that the non-state actors will be having. So that means that the position coming out of this place today will be very crucial to inform the position of the government, which was done a few weeks ago in Nakuru, on how to consolidate the entire voices, at least of Kenyans, to COP27. So ladies and gentlemen, without much further ado, I'm trying to check whether the artists are around to warm the room a little bit. I'm just trying to check whether the artists are around to. Of course, I'm one of them. I'm still an artist. I'm still an artist. So if you want something from me, just say, I'll give you that one. Yesterday it didn't go so badly off, Cynthia. But just to set a background as the artists prepare, is that you have seen the number of webinars that we have had, the virtual webinars that we have had. The first one, of course, was on the issue of youth and NDC implementation. We were looking at the issue of how the youth can facilitate the implementation of NDCs. The second one that we did was on, can someone remind me? Who can remember? Who can remember? Who can remember the second? I realize that I don't want to have the monopoly of speaking without the floor speaking. So who can remember the second I have something for you if you can remember the second webinar series. Isaac, can you remember the second webinar series? Jamie, can you remember the second webinar series? I saw Kelly in it. A new quantified collective goal on finance. I realized that without referring, I can easily get this thing, and you guys are referring. So, ni sawa tu. No, I wasn't the MC in all of them. Okay, the third webinar series that we did. Anyone remembers? And that was not moderated by myself. That was moderated by yours truly, Olonde. Who remembers that? Who remembers that? That is also a monopoly. We don't want monopoly. The role of education. And that is where we are bringing in the artists. Kama sisi, sindio? Artists. Why are you not believing that I'm an artist? So artists, when you are ready, I don't know whether it's a spoken word, I don't know whether it's a karibu sana, karibu.
Check. Hi. I'll do 2 pieces. I'll do what I have memorized. I'll explain it, then I'll do it. So someone once told me that whatever thing you're chasing that is not your dream.
Raising our green fields. Our rain will still fall on fertile grounds, and our homes will still have the markings of our ancestors. But today, we are an indigenous group, the Red Indians. We are survivors in our own land. And our land has changed its names to the Great United States of America. My government has also changed to a democratic republic. As I look, my contemporary issues surrounding youth, women, and marginalized groups have become dire. My air is polluted. My water is polluted. More than 700,000 miles of water and more than a third of my lakes are polluted. My lakes are unsafe for fishing, drinking, and swimming. More than 1 million people, more than 1 million of my population have long-term health conditions. Plastic pollution has become another menace. Wildfires terrify me, especially in Texas and California. 44% of my wildfires are attributed to 84% of careless human activities. Water shortage in some of my states like New Mexico and Texas has become a scary fact because of the impending drought and reduced precipitations. I still have heat waves. But I will not hold my hand to the Global South needs because their youths, women, and marginalized groups are asking me to reduce fossil energy with renewable energy like water, wind, and solar. They want me to be responsive to the needs of indigenous communities, women, youths, and children. They want me to be transparent and accountable in the commitment towards double financing on climate action. They also want me to be transparent and committed to triple financing in the adaptation finance by 2024. Thank you.
Bado mnataka ingine? Mnaharibu. Mnaharibu. But I'm a creative, eh? I'm a creative. That's why I don't put on full suit, eh? Sivai 3-piece, navana viatu za white. Najaribu. So that's part of a creative. I think I was buying time, number one, to at least have a few people in. I've seen Elijah in. Elijah is a very humble guy. He decides to sit behind so that I call him in front. Elijah, please. Elijah, please. So thank you so much for the 2 pieces. I know we'll be having more. Gitaa usichomoe hapo gitaa kwa moto. Wacha ibaki tu hivyo. Gitaa ucharge? Haichajiwi, si ndio? Gitaa ichajiwi. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's now good that we start. We are still waiting for Michael Okumu from the Climate Change Directorate, who should be joining us a few minutes probably from now. We have with us Miss Peps. Nani anakumbuka hiyo jina? So we have Miss Peps, our development partner. He was represented by Maimuna Kabatesi is joining us as well. Then we have, of course, all of us. Sindio? So Elijah works with I didn't mention, Elijah works with Conservation International. So Elijah, karibu sana. I want to go to the welcoming remarks. One of the things that I'm very afraid of is protocol with the government, because I know they will come in and they will want to break us when we are almost in the middle to give their remarks. Will you kindly just be very patient with them when they come in to give their remarks, please? Elijah is smiling because he knows I'm in the good books with the government. I don't want in the bad. I don't want to be in the bad books with the government. So when Okumu comes in, so that at least we also catch up with time. You realize that Maimuna came in very early. That's how the NGOL area works. So you keep time, and then I think that helps you in planning for the day. But the government, we can still find avenues of balancing time. So I think I want to first give it to Miss Peps to welcome us officially, or nitakuwa nimefanya vibaya. Protocol is one of the things that I don't do very well in. But I want to give it to Isaac. Isaac, are you around? Kirimi wachana na Isaac saizi. Wacha tu kabisa. Isaac, please come in. Invite Miss Peps to give us some welcoming remarks, and then probably Peps will invite Maimuna to give us them. Hiyo gitaa inani-invite sana. Naweza anza. Hiyo gitaa inani-invite sana. Wija. Inani-invite kabisa. Hiyo
Hi guys. Sasa nimerudi hapa juu mabeshe zangu wa kupiga picha. They were mesmerized by the content. Walichukua video but nataka picha ni post. Tunangoja Sydney. Tunangoja Sydney. Unapiga?
Five minutes of fame imeisha bwana.
Asanteni sana.
5 minutes of fame zimeisha. 5 minutes of fame zimeisha. So 5 minutes za fame zimeisha, si ndio?
Wow, good morning. Thank you. I think I'm also becoming so artistic. For the I'm also becoming so artistic, but I think thank you so much for turning up so early. At this juncture, I don't need to take much time, but the background from the artists that you can see, they are speaking to the voices of what we have consolidated together for the last 3 days, basically. So you gave me one role, which I just want to adhere to. But before I do that, there is a partner that is also on board, and I would love them to give the gap which is existing as far as the youths are concerned. Yes, so where is the IKE representative? Oh, Jamie is here. Karibu Jamie. I think after that, then I will hand over to Roslyn. Yeah. Let's clap for Jamie.
Ladies and gentlemen, and all protocol observed, good morning. So Ivy, our national coordinator, is around, but she's a bit held up, so I'll be giving a very short remarks on the behalf of IKE. So IKE is an umbrella of youth networks, so we work towards developing the capacities and building strong partnerships among African-based youth so that they can tackle climate change issues. And ladies and gentlemen, as you know, we the youth have a lot of issues. We have issues like exclusion, and even though we are the majority, we still suffer exclusion, or rather face exclusion. We are at the depth of unemployment, and majority of us are in climate sensitive sectors. And for women, you'll realize that women mostly are on the backbone of food production. So this conversation is really for us, and thank you so much YWCA for partnering, and for our partners who have supported this. And that is why we have convened to just have these deliberations and see if the discussions can fit into the COP27. So I welcome all of you. You've been very good participants, and we can't wait to see how we'll close this in style. Over to you, Isaac.
Thank you very much, Jamie. IKE has been a worthy partner in this process, and basically our engagement framework was actually looking at 3 aspects, and that is anchored on the meaningful youth engagement. From the participants here, we have participants from different counties. As far as Samburu, the participants from Samburu, we have a participant from Samburu, Kisumu, Mombasa, Kilifi is there, Nanyuki, Laikipia. Oh, yes, we have Laikipia, right? Yes, Nairobi is there. Carry your hand up confidently. Good. Yes. Homa Bay is there. Which county am I forgetting? Vihiga is there. Siaya is there. Tharaka Nithi is there. We have the 2. Meru, we have one. Yes, we have one there. So given opportunity, we would have really brought more, but we couldn't have managed to bring everyone. But we factored this in the inter-county webinar series that we've held. We were so strategic to have every county represented so that we can have the voices of every county and what they are doing as far as their youths, women, and marginal communities are concerned. So can we clap for ourselves? That is wonderful. So as I stated, we are anchoring this process in 3 strategies. One, consultative participation. Two, collaborative participation. Three, youth-led participation. And under youth-led participation, we had the aspect of art, which has also come out strongly as a way of conveying advocacy messages. So this project is actually trying to bridge the gap on any disparity or the gaps that we have as far as meaningful engagement of this particular constituency is concerned. So really, we have much underlined, and at this juncture, I would want to take the opportunity to welcome our head of programs, Madam Roslyn Pepela. She told us we call her Peps. So karibu Peps. Can we clap for Peps? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Karibu.
That's okay. Okay. You are looking beautiful and lovely. Wow. Clap for yourself. Kuna makofi ya climate change? Oh. Yeah, climate action, that is. The implication is whoever taught you those makofi didn't insist, because I've seen you clap, make noise all through. So it's a learning point anyway. We learn every day. I'm not also very good in protocol. Please accept me to identify you, connect with you where you are seated as a great partner in this process. So on that note, may I say good morning to everyone? Okay. It's a bright day, and I'm seeing inclusion, I'm seeing justice, and I'm seeing climate. I may not be in that white t-shirt, but I think the way I'm dressed, I'm speaking more of climate action than you yourself. Yes, look at me, I'm in green. So I'm speaking on climate action from my perspective, where I sit as a woman, where I sit as a representative of the women and girls, where I sit as a representative of youth in this country. I know from day one up to today, there's a lot we have. The first day, I remember the first facilitator told us, we are not here to make notes and to be serious in class. We want to make it lighter, engage, connect with the issues we are talking about. When one logs into the website of COP26, COP25, COP27, what we read most of the times looks like it's above us. Cindy? All the times it looks like it's the responsibility of a bigger person than we are. We look at ourselves as lesser people in this process. But since Monday, I know we are confirming that they're not jargons we read, they're not issues we think they're beyond us. Cindy? We've seen how we are connecting, how us as youth, as indigenous people, as a representation of the very, very marginalized, are really ready to speak for themselves and speak for the voiceless. And it's through this participatory approach, collaborative approach, that we are able to learn, share, and learn new things that we can carry with us. I remember in the first remarks that our NGS gave, said every day she comes to work, she passes a lady, was it a lady? A lady who has a paper bag and keeps picking metals, the plastics into that paper bag. Then one day she stopped and asked, where are you taking these? And what do you do with these? And that's what she said. I like seeing a clean environment. I hate blocked drainage. I hate seeing that we can be hurt. So when we talk about loss and gain, it's not that prolonged drought that we see in Marsabit, that we see in Turkana, that we think we are out of danger. Most of us, we are like we are coming from regions where we can put 3 meals on the table. We can afford breakfast, we can afford lunch and dinner. And because we have energy to cook, we have water, and we have opportunity to do that. Look at those that do not have. They have even the food sometimes, but the energy is not available. So those are the connections that I have seen through your artwork. I hope they're not coming from your lips, they're coming from your internalization of your heart, that you are connecting in a greener space than most of us who think it's not a space we can engage. And therefore, I was talking about the loss. When this lady talks about, if this glass hurts me, if this glass tears my skin, that is already the loss. That's already the damage. And some of them, in the communities, in the urban slums we are coming from, the unhygienic condition, the tetanus we get, and all other diseases, communicable diseases and non-communicable diseases. How do we, through climate action, ensure that we are reducing them? I heard yesterday you engaging in the so many gaps. You are asking yourselves, we are talking about climate financing. We are talking about adaptation, that we need to spearhead the financing mechanisms for it. Where is our space? I think that question was very clear. How do we get, not looking unto Maimuna and Hivos to say, if you do not fund us, tomorrow we are not raising our voices. We are not looking unto AIC or YWCA and saying, if you do not support us as young people, where is our space? You've gotten the pathway and the roadmap to your engagement at that local level. That's what we are anticipating that will happen. The collaborative and partnership platform is just to give us the direction, just to give us the opportunities to learn from. Then we are able to carry them in our own initiatives. How many of us have climate smart initiatives so far, as the way we are here? How many of us do have climate smart initiatives, your own led, where you are seated, where you come from, that you are pursuing to ensure you are part of the contribution to the climate change adaptability that we are talking about? Oh, swali langu ndio lilikuwa mbaya. So almost every hand is up. So all of us are doing that, and we are really trying that. But tunaambiwanga youth, when you go to their bedrooms, they always throw rubbish through their windows, their bedrooms. Si ni ukweli? Youth seated here. Uongo. Ni uongo. We are told if you are on the road traveling, if you see a car lowering the windscreen and some rubbish is thrown through the window, that must be a youth. Ni uongo. We are told those people who serve a lot of food and live on the plate are always youth. Those who serve like all the buffet food that is served and they finally live on the plate are youth. Those who open the bottle of water and take a sip and wake up and leave it there are youth. Those who leave all the lights in our bedrooms, in our sitting rooms, in our houses and go to sleep are youth. Kwa nini mmenyamaza? Because it's true. Those who leave the gas on and the electrical cookers on are the youth in our houses. And they're seated here. So, what are we speaking in other words? Let's not speak about climate financing when we are the people wasting. Let's not talk about waste management as garbage in the streets when as we cannot manage even our waste. All the toilets that block with the pads, it's always associated with youth. So, the change begins with you and me before we engage any other person. I'll stop at that point because I've seen I'm stepping on someone's toe when we talk about youth, yet we are here since Monday. We have gained a lot, sindio? Tusirudishwe nyuma. I expected someone to stop me and say, hey, we have gained a lot since Monday. Don't take us back. But I didn't hear that. I've read from the faces and I've stopped. Okay. I was going to welcome Maimuna, but seeing my boss here, protocol, I'll not do that. I'll give her the opportunity. Collins, is there someone else before? Ulisema protocol, mpaka ukafanya nikaanza kutetemeka, so that I really observe it. Okay. Madam NGS, please, I was to welcome Maimuna, but I can't do that. I know you have few remarks. You gave us a story of picking bottles on the road. Maybe you have another one. Yes, so most welcome.
There are a few people whispering here. To me too. Good morning, everybody. I'm seeing everybody in a t-shirt. Looks like I didn't get the memo. Next time, try and circulate it better. The gadgets go far. Who are the ones who are tagging me? You should have tagged me about the t-shirt. Okay, it's good to see the young people this morning really branding inclusion for climate justice. Today, you'll excuse me a bit. I'll lean more on the women and the young girls, but however, the other cohort that I haven't mentioned are also really affected by climate change. And I'll go a bit on my organizational side. However, there are still issues for COP27 that you should pick up and really go and advocate about, both here, as we said, climate change begins in your sitting room, in your bedroom, and in the compound, and then in the village, in your entire community, in the country and out of the country. And I would say this fearlessly, that climate change affects women more. It affects women and girls more. As we speak, because of climate change, the distance to going to get water is farther. They may have been boreholes the water level has gone down. So they need to go to the next borehole where the water level was dug a little deep. Sometimes the kilometers have increased by 3, by 1, and even if it is half a kilometer, it has increased. And in our society, who gets water? Most of the time, women. And sometimes, for those who have a donkey or two, it is the boys and the men. So what happens to the women? If your mother has to go 3 kilometers, it has now increased. And she can only go and get 1 mutungi in a day. She'll tell her daughter, missing 1 day of school won't matter, isn't it? So climate change gets into the education space, isn't it? And once it gets into the education space, it has a spiral effect. You'll find that the teacher also knows Mary will not come to school some days in a week. And it really affects the girl's self-esteem, isn't it? And then the boy, the father will say, today, help me with the donkeys. He'll also miss school. So it is affecting everybody, isn't it? Yeah, and when the distance increases, there are also other things that will affect this girl, the boy, and the mother. When the distance is long, there is a chance of SGBV taking place. Why? The distance you're going is not safe space, isn't it? Yeah. So, but what is the primary cause? The primary cause is climate change. They are going for firewood further into the forest. And even when they go for the firewood, what are they doing? They are destroying the forest again, isn't it? Yeah. That's how big climate change is. And that's why we are talking to the youth regarding climate change. Because, as I'd said earlier, and I'll repeat again, the future belongs to you. What is not sorted out today will affect you tomorrow for a long, long time. Because of climate change, we have to have bigger shambas. Because the small shamba you have is not producing what it used to produce. So to get those number of bags of maize, of beans that you used to get, you have to have a bigger shamba. When you have a bigger shamba, who is the labor? Let's just think of people. We are not talking of the tractors and the people who have mechanized farming, the people who have to do it with their hands. When you have a bigger shamba, you need a bigger workforce. Bigger workforce is either you have the money to hire, or you get your children to help you, or your family to help you in the farm. When your family is helping you in the farm, sometimes you come to the conclusion that they should be there throughout. A lot of work in the farm also affects the health, isn't it? A lot of the back problems we have, a lot of the man hours in the shamba also affect the health, because literally it should not be a human being doing all that work, isn't it? Yeah. So that's what climate change is. So in the coming days, as youth, you need to stand up and speak. You may say, who will hear us? We are just speaking in halls like this. They do hear you. A lot of the messages have gone out since Monday. They've been responded to. Have you checked? The people who've loved your messages. I checked a bit. Some of it is at policy level, and they're starting to turn an ear to what you're saying. So it's not a waste of time. Whatever is given effort will bear fruits. Don't give up, youth. Don't give up on fighting the effects and mitigating climate change. And the YWCA and our partners listed there are ready to work with you. So as I finish, I'm saying, come, let us work together. Something can be done on climate change. Thank you, and as you go home, travel well. Allow me to call one of our, I like to call them partners, because we work together. So she'll tell you how she's partnering with us, and as she speaks and tells you who she is, I'm sure you look up and you'll be able to place her. Karibu sana.
Thank you so much for the welcome, and good morning, everybody. My name is Maimuna Kabatesi. I work at HIVOS. I am the Global Program Manager for Voices for Just Climate Action. So, as was just mentioned, I think I will just talk a little bit about why HIVOS and why VCA, if you hear me saying VCA, it's just Voices for Just Climate Action, why we are taking the approach that we are to climate action, to climate justice. So HIVOS is a Dutch INGO. We are basically trying to work with citizen and citizen-led organizations to promote just and inclusive and sustainable societies. So we do this in a number of ways. We are working in three main thematic areas. The first is gender equality, diversity and inclusion, or JEDI. You know, I don't know how many of you have interacted a lot with NGOs, but we love our acronyms. So everything we say is just letters, letters, letters. So we have JEDI, then we have civic rights in a digital age, and then we have climate justice. So for HIVOS, I don't know if anybody knows what I don't want to call it the slogan, but really what HIVOS, what we say our motivation is, or our slogan. Does anybody know it? I've heard somebody saying it. Say it louder. People Unlimited. So for us, because we're a humanist organization, we just really believe that people should be able to live life with the dignity that they deserve. And your dignity is not related to how much money you have. It's not related to whether you are a woman or a man or a girl or a boy. It's not related to whether you're white or black or Asian. It's not related to your religion. You deserve dignity because you're a person. You don't deserve more dignity because you're rich. You don't deserve more dignity because you're a man. You don't deserve more dignity because you're a woman. You don't deserve more dignity because you're Christian, or because you're atheist, or because you're Muslim. We are all equal. And for us as a humanist organization, that's really our driving force. That's really what we want to see happening in the world. So with Voices for Just Climate Action, we are partnering with, of course, several other organizations. We're actually 6 organizations in this consortium. So we have HIVOS, but we also have Akina Mama wa Africa, who is a feminist organization. We have Avina, Fundación Avina. They work on climate, but they work in Latin America. We have Slum Dwellers International, working with the informal communities across the world. We have South North, who is doing knowledge management and knowledge brokering, and we have WWF, who is working on nature-based solutions in this partnership. So for us coming together in this program, what we felt is that climate action, there's a lot of different ways to achieve climate action, or a lot of different needs that we have in order to achieve equality or to have climate justice. So each of us is bringing a different dimension and a different element to Voices for Just Climate Action. But for HIVOS, what was really important to us is to have elements of people speaking for themselves. So we talked about youth, marginalized people, indigenous people. Actually, I learned from AMWA that these days we don't say marginalized, we say minoritized. Minoritized people, because people are not marginalized by accident. There are systems created by people that lead to the minoritization. So for us, it's really important that these people are able to speak for themselves. It's also important that we have locally led action, locally led solutions. So a lot of time, for a long time, our climate action as a global community has been kind of the people with money telling the people without money what to do. Or sometimes they don't even tell us what to do. They just come and do what they want because they're the ones with the money. And in this world, it's the people with money who are making the decisions. And VCA is really trying to see how can we change this around so that it's not money that talks, but the people that are being impacted that have the loudest voices. And for us, that's really critical. I was also really, really excited to see and hear some of the art and just hear about what's been going on, because for Hivos, again, that's really critical for us. We really want art to be artist in one way or another. I personally may not be able to draw or sing. I'm on a mic, so you're in danger. But no, I think everybody is an artist in their own way, and I think that art is really one of the most compelling ways that we can do this. And for me, something that I'm excited about in VCA for Hivos is that in all the countries that we're working in, so we are in Kenya, but we are also in Tunisia, we are also in Zambia, we are also in Indonesia, and we are also in Brazil. That's as Hivos. VCA is also in Bolivia, Paraguay, but Hivos is not there. But in all the countries where Hivos is, we are really also seeing how do we work with not only individual artists, but also youth-led creative organizations to really see how do we bring in this element of art into climate justice. So for us, it's just about making sure that the voices that need to be heard are the ones that are at the forefront. That's actually how Hivos ended up conceptualizing this grant. So we actually came up with the idea of a grant called Champions for COP27, and the idea was that usually the people who can afford to go to COP again are the people with funds. So it might be a civil society, but usually it would be an INGO like Hivos. The other organizations have to scramble to get sponsorship. Private sector go to COP to lobby, you know, like this COP, there's a lot of oil, fossil fuel companies planning to go because they are lobbying for, and they'll come and try to convince us, you know, that it's actually good, what they're doing. Of course, governments. So for Hivos, we sat and said, how can we really support the voices that we're talking about to be heard at COP? It's not important for Hivos that I go to COP. I'm actually not going. My priority was to see how do we create something that enables youth to go. So I'm really excited to hear about the work that's been going on. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to attend the last 2 days, but I feel like there's a lot of energy in this room. There's a lot of chaos, but I think chaos is good. I think there's just, yeah, you know, it's we call it beautiful chaos. I think a lot of good will come out of this, and I'm hoping that that means we come out with, not only if you're going to COP, even if we're here, we come out with very strong positions, very strong as individuals, as a movement that we have that we can really push to make sure that like this agenda doesn't die down. Something that I think was really good about COP last year was that it was the first year that COP became something mainstream. You're hearing about it beyond just like, you know, for me, I work in this sector, so that's what I do. I follow these conversations. But last year was the first time that I had my family and my friends telling me, oh, this is what you've been talking about. That's where you're going, COP, because I'd been saying I'm going to COP, and everybody was like, what's that? So I think there's actually a lot of momentum, and this is especially in Kenya. This year you can see media is already proactive in this. So for me, the next step would be now, how do we get those different voices to be platformed by this media? A lot of times you'll see that it will be the government there will be somebody from an NGO, but you don't really hear the voices from people on the ground, the community voices, youth voices, women, girls, children's voices. I think for me that's the next step. And also just to mention, by the way, apart from Hivos working with all the youth and the creatives, we also really work closely with media to see how can we change how media approaches this. So maybe just to wrap up, I'll just say that for me it's been just really nice to be in this room. There's a lot of energy. Unfortunately, I won't be able to stay, but I feel even this has kicked my day off on a really good note, on a high note. So I'm really excited to hear what comes out of not only this session, but also everything else that comes up, and then to see how can we continue to engage. And I think my final comment is also a plea to have this t-shirt as well. I need to be matching. I'm wearing green, but I could have been even more. Yes, yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. This is beautiful. First of all, it will hang in our office because in the office, you know, we are just one program on climate justice. So I think this is going to increase the visibility of climate justice even within HIVOS. It's important. Thank you so much. It's beautiful. Yeah.
The cameras are black.
Thank you.
With the excitement of Maimuna, and I can see, I'm so fond of quoting people. And again, I want to first acknowledge the presence of Antek. Antek was my colleague and equally my boss. She doesn't like me saying that. She was equally my colleague and boss when I worked in my former organization. I want to put two things across. Number one, now you know that I like SG's quotes. The first one I gave you was on, you can make a difference at every stage, right? And then I gave you another one that she mentioned that the future belongs to the young people beginning now. So today she has expanded it slightly. So she has said, the future belongs to the young people, and what is not sorted out today will affect you the most as opposed to how it will affect her. She has just mentioned that. She just mentioned that. So, and then in terms of Maimuna, Maimuna said the following: for a lot of time, the people with money have told us, those without money, bracket, those without money, what to do. VCA is here to turn around and make those without money who are at the forefront of climate change and at the bottom of the pyramid shape the direction of climate action. How do you like that? You like it, eh? Okay, so I know that we are organizing for three things. Number one is a performance on Kidosho. Oh, you like it, eh? Ah. And I will be leading today, so be very sure that Liboy has given me all the pirating rights on her song. Okay, so we'll have that presentation. I know that the media place is also being organized there, so I know that they will kindly request, and this is the only time we can request loudly, that probably Madam Peps, SG, and Maimuna, Elijah, Anne, we will probably have some session with the media session outside there. And then they're also asking that we'll have a group picture before Maimuna leaves. I know time means everything in the private sector and NGO world. So before Maimuna leaves, we will have a group photo. I'm a good photographer, but I don't know the setting of the pictures. So, okay. And then, so Kirimi advices that we use up here. So that those who are tall, please, if you are tall, don't sit in front. I beg you, in the name of Christ, don't sit in front. Those who are at least my height, let us be the first ones in front, and then we can arrange ourselves well. I don't know how far Kidosho is. How far is Kidosho? Very far. It's very far. Kidosho. Yeah, is it so far? Or I'm trying to listen to the guitar before I start unleashing the Kidosho. Karibu sana Liboy. Karibu. As we agreed, are we recording today or rights covered? So let us allow the one recorder. Can we agree to that? Mtu mwenye ako na simu kama yangu. Toa. Utaharibu. Karibu sana Liboy.
As she comes, she has a piece on a woman, and this was a great because one of the things that we are trying to look at is actually the aspect of gender and how we are integrating into climate change. So these artists are really doing a great job around this. And also actually the art you see there was drawn by one. Where is the gentleman? Yes, sitting there. So we will give him the honor to sign it before you leave, and I would actually ask if you can do that as Liboy is preparing to come. Yeah, she's just coming to sign it down there. So this is a young artist from Mombasa. He is one of the beneficiaries of yes. Yes, so I can help him hold as a sign. Let's come. Wow, we clap for him. Great. Wonderful. Would you want to introduce your art?
My name is Adam Chikani. I'm from so I use my artwork so as you can see.
So at this juncture, let me shower in Liboy. Actually, hey, you corrected me this. Asha. Great. But that was a new term I learned this week, right? So let me usher in Liboy, the artist. Thank you. Karibu.
One, two, 1, 2. Project. It was a film about women, and we had conversations with women in communities, and we talked so much, and one thing popped up. You see the roles, how women are classified, that you were supposed to be in the kitchen, we were supposed to, be soft, submissive. Let me tell you, women are human beings, and just like men, we also bring something to the table. We have something to offer. We have something to offer, and we are strong human beings. If you educate a woman, you educate a whole society, right? So let's just help each other, because we all need each other. Thank you so much. Due to public demand, Kidosho. It's called Nengua. It's just a feel-good song, so you can vibe along and just dance if you wish to. Demand later.
As the marginalized group who are most vulnerable. I think it's time to just think differently, is it? To just act differently, it's not business as usual. And this convening is actually, I want to congratulate the planners for this event, because you're just targeting the most vulnerable and the people affected. When we have floods, when we have these disasters, it's women who are crying, it's youth, who most of them don't have jobs, most are graduates, but they're feeling these effects of climate change, and the most vulnerable. So I would encourage that, like I said, we need to think outside the box. I know some of you are already involved in locally led climate actions. I know some of my colleagues, I've seen Kelly, I've seen Carisia. Some of the work that you're doing with the communities are very key. What is the first priority that we should be doing as an individual? What are we doing using art, like what the lady did? I think in March we had a meeting with Ike where we brought together the artists to talk about the climate issues in a different way. We had the summer school the other day. So how are we doing different things to address climate change? Our president the other day, during his inaugural, I'm happy that our president is currently talking of issues of climate change. During his inaugural speech, he said that he's going to address the climate change issues. During the opening speech at the UN General Assembly, he emphasized on the same. The other day he said we are going to plant 3 billion trees by 2030. And he's expecting at least each and every one of us to plant 100 trees. Is it?
How many of us have started that initiative? Oh, good. I'm surprised. I've not myself. But can we use that goodwill of the government to start advancing these agendas? Being creative, a birthday, I know there are people talking about every birthday, you plant the trees equivalent to your age. How creative are we to address these issues? I know there is a lot there are a number of initiatives that are coming up. There is now the FLOCA. As youth, FLOCA, the World Bank funded program. How are we as youth ready to tap that? When I was in Nandi 2 weeks ago in Northern, the county government was saying we are going to roll out call for proposals. How are we ready to use that to use our initiative to tap into that fund? I know the national government has the climate change fund, which has not been effected. I don't know if it's already in place, but under the Climate Change Act, they're supposed to put around $500 million to that fund, where we are supposed to now tap into it. How ready are we to tap into that fund? At the counties, we already have 42 counties. Is it 42 or 43 now? Around there. We've already put in place the Climate Change Act. And under this Climate Change Act, they have at least 0.5 to 2% of that fund on climate change. So how are we ready to tap into that fund, which is around 100 to 140 million per county? How are we ready to tap into that fund? We now have the Hustlers Fund, and we are calling upon our government in that if they are going to implement this fund, can we have a green angle to it, so that percentage of it goes to green initiatives like actions on locally led actions on climate change? How are we ready even to tap into that Hustlers Fund when it comes through? So there are a lot of opportunities as young people, as women, as people able differently to tap into these funds. There are a number of initiatives as well. So even as counties go to the new governments, and I know counties are currently also developing the climate change, the CIDPs. I know most of the counties have started rolling out the CIDPs. What is our role as civil society, as youth, as women, as people are able differently to influence the development of CIDPs so that it has a climate change angle that supports these different groups? How are we influencing budget making process, even at the county, which will start probably in April this year? How are we saying this fund should be allocated to climate change? So I want us to be very proactive, not to just say we want to be helped, as most of the people say, but how do we tap into these opportunities? So as we go towards COP, I want to call upon each and every one of us so that we speak as one. I know there have been a lot of calls to actually address the issues of marginalized, the vulnerable, the women during the next COP in Egypt, which we are calling now the African COP. So we need to push for our voices. And we can only do that if we are united. We can only do that if we voice our concerns in a creative ways. I've seen a lot of us on social media. And that's the avenue most of us, every time we sit, we're on our phones. How do we share these messages? What's happening on the ground using social media? I want to appreciate some of you who are already engaging through social media to address the climate change issues. Let's go that direction. That's the only way we can educate people, we can tell people what you're doing. So as a Kenya Platform for Climate Change and PACJA, we support this initiative and we look forward to really working together in the next initiative. So thank you so much.
A round of applause, everyone, to Anne. I wanted to just confirm to Isaac that it's not actually a round of applause. It is applause. Sawa sawa. Thank you so much, Anne, and thank you so much for gracing our occasion even when on leave. It's really, really kind of you to come even when on leave. You have heard the last statement that Anna's made, that we can achieve, yes, individually, but we can achieve more if we come together. And I think that talks to what we discussed yesterday, momentum building. And we already created some sort of groupings within the team. Just bringing Elijah and Ann up to speed, because you know the two of them are my bosses as well. So Elijah is senior to me. I told you I call very few people my seniors. Ann is my boss, was my boss, and currently still is my boss. So what we did yesterday, we have like the entire group come together, split into specific groups that they feel are quite crucial for the group we have. That is the youth, women, PWDs, and indigenous communities. So what they have done is they have done a group on just transition. Wakasema hiyo just transition ni kubwa sana. Wamesema wacha tu tuende na energy sector. Wacha agriculture ibakie wengine. Wacha employment sector ibakie wengine. And they are now doing the thematic profiles of these particular groups that they will be working in. There's a specific group that is looking at PWD issues and how the PWDs can be able to push climate action, especially implementation of NDC, National Climate Change Action Plan, and how they can engage CCD. So that is also chaired by yours truly, a network king. So if you Google him, you will see. And then, you know, ni watu wachache sana that can tell you, okay, Google my name. Google me. Don't try me. Yangu haiko. Mimi bado ni upcoming artist. And then we have the other group that is purely working on gender. It was gender, environment, and extremism. Peace. The reason why nilisahau hiyo ni tulikosana kidogo. Alisema ati subas are marginalized. Sasa nikamwambia hapana bwana. Akasema basi we will chew the bone outside. Nikasema sawa. But it's a good one, eh? So they are doing purely issues on extremism and issues regarding what the SG, or rather the NSG, has just talked about this morning. The last group was on science. So there are people that are purely looking at how we can be able to harness citizen science, because we don't have the test tubes here. We thrive on citizen science. And there is some rainmakers somewhere in Siaya that really, we went for a burial and they said they were going to stop the rain from raining. Oh man, tulinyeshewa. The guy did not seal the heavens very well. I think there was a crack. Tulinyeshewa vibaya sana. So there is that. And then where I belong, the last group where I belong, sisi kama artists. Sisi kama creatives. Toa hiyo, sisi ni creatives. Tuko na podcast ndani, tuko na poets ndani. Unaona ile mchoro wa leo yenye imeenda? Idea inatokea huku. Idea inatokea huku. Nakwambia jambo ni lile, hakuna jambo lingine tena. So the creatives themselves, because we realized that and by the way, there was a conviction within the team that you needed to convince us that you're an artist. Simona nimechafua maika. Hapa tu dakika kidogo tu tumekuwa hapa na Liboy. Karibu hata voice yangu inafika huko Mugithi wa Matwini huko juu. Do re mi fa na wacha tuache hiyo. But kuna poets, kuna watu wanafanya music, kuna watu wanafanya as in kuchafua tu mic, Unajua ana jazoea hii sheng yetu. Lakini ni ile wewe ukishika mic ni kuharibu. Lakini si ile kuharibu vibaya. So they have come up and they are trying and thinking of how they can be able to utilize their talent in ensuring that at least people understand, are aware, and policies are people responsive, especially from their art. They said yesterday, art speaks to the art. So art speaks to the heart. Ni vibaya sana Mkamba akianza kusema hiyo kitu. Atasema art speaks to the art. But her art speaks to our hearts. So that is creatives. But one of the initiatives that creatives have said in this room that is quite interesting is that during COP, this is what they are thinking. This is their imagination. Artists semeni ho na watafutia pesa. Wamesema kwamba they want to be able to hold a vigil during COP. And kama uko na kakitu, tupe tu, hata mimi nitaangalia huko kwingine kama kuko. So kama huko na kakitu, during the COP they want to hold a vigil to be able to just have, it was called Kenyan Artists for Climate something. Sindio? The name was said that they can decide later, but they want to hold a vigil of guitar. Nani amesikia hiyo guitar? So they want to hold that night vigil, and they're thinking of just communicating. So there's a position that they already have. So they want to break it down in terms of art. Nani amesikia USA kichafua hapa? So something of that kind. And just have like between 7 to 11. And then you need to say parental guidance is needed for this particular services. Parental guidance. Parental guidance. PG. Nani umeona PG kwa TV? And that is what is going to usher us into break of tea. So it is a few minutes to 11. We know that the media should be coming in shortly. A few minutes to 11. The media, because we are competing against Bunge. You know Bunge? We are competing against the parliament. So the media will be coming in at 11, but they also want to transition to the parliament. So when they come, please let us be ready. Nani amesoma Biblia? Niliwaambia jana, one of the things that I confess is that I'm a born again Christian. And I'm very ready to confess that even when there are thieves somewhere. So that they know where to place me. They beat me, they kill me faster if it is for killing. So one of the things that I like about the Bible is that they say that thee be found ready when the Christ come. Sindio? So tukienda chai, tafadhali tufanye haraka. Sawa? Nani ako na zile messages zake za jana? Who has their messages for yesterday? So keep them close. The messages for yesterday, keep them close. When we come back after the media, then we now go to the program proper. Sindio? We now go to tumejienjoy kiasi. So we'll be bringing in Elijah. I'll come in slightly. Bob Aston will come in on capacity building, and then we consolidate everything, at least show what we have gathered online. Isaac, probably I can do that, or Isaac can do that, or Ivy or Jemima can do that, what we have gathered from the virtual meetings. And then at the end of the day, we have a position paper that goes to the media that can be owned by all of us. Sindio? Asanteni sana. Nani anataka kuombea chai? Jana ilikuwa Muslim prayer day. Today what do? We go with the, is there any other faith here? I'm very accommodative, as much as I'm a Christian. I'm very accommodative. Yesterday was Muslims leading the day. Today, yes, the other day was Christians. Christians, we cannot have tyranny of numbers and days. So let us decide who is praying today. Muslims, eh? Okay. Zainab, please.
Hello, everyone. So you pray again our God's prayer for the Muslims, yeah? So I do it in Arabic or English? Okay. Okay, so remember yesterday I told you we have Surah Al-Fatiha and Ayatul Kursiyu. So which one are we doing today? The one we did yesterday. Or the one we didn't do? Oh. Okay, let's do Ayatul Kursiyu. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يأتون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يؤوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم. Again, good things. I promise you. Just praying for our health, for the art, for guidance, and again for our lives. Thank you.
It's good to see you doing your work. Sijawahi ona hii mambo ya suti na sport shoe. I'm yet to know where that comes from. It's something. All right, I can keep going. Without that. It's back, so I can keep going. And thank you, Isaac. You're the next one I was going to call out. Lakini hiyo kitambi yako inafanya tunafikiria wewe ni governor wa youth manenos. You need to do something about it. Next to you, there was also Jemima. I have to call you out for the good job you're doing. But I think it's also a pleasure to meet quite a number of new faces. And want to introduce to you a few things. Haven't been part of you for the other 2 days. And so I am assuming that you've been brought up to date on the COP processes. Is that a good assumption? Yes. Have you been told what happens, the confusion, the complication, the easy part of it? Is that all covered? Pande hii walikuwa covered. There was not even a single yes on this side. Come again? The easy part. Yes. The easy part is only the traveling. Hiyo tu ndio the easy part. The second thing I want to make an assumption is that some technicalities are clear. Climate change basics, human rights, issues to do with women, all those basics are with all of us. Na kama haiko mtu aseme so that we set it in order. Collins. Which one? Very good. Okay, I'm getting there. Wonderful. So first of all, he says that I don't like him using the word indigenous communities because there is nothing like indigenous communities. It's not a definition in the climate change space or in the UNFCCC space. So hiyo ni yake peke yake. I'd like to correct him on that. The definitions that are there is indigenous peoples, local communities. And when you come to the Kenyan context, the definitions we have are vulnerable and marginalized, vulnerable, in some cases we call it marginalized and minority communities. Are we together? So when you look at that board, it is neither in the Kenyan context, it's neither in the international context. So that's why I was pushing you to say correct if there's still time. And just to answer that question, is that in this whole climate change theme effort is being pushed by Poleni for dropping you guys from artist to dancing to PowerPoint. Lakini si ni mzuri tuguze zote. Hata kwa sherehe unakulanga chapo, unakula, unaongeza pilipili kidogo, unaweka kitu kingine ngumu kutafuna. But just to clarify it out, because niliona kuna watu naambia wasijite marginalized. The simplest thing you can do is get the Constitution of Kenya. Siniulize chapter jumisi o wakili, but Oindo can sort you out on that. But there is a section that defines marginalized and minority communities. It even goes further to list them. Sawa sawa. So you can check the constitution of your country and see whether you're listed there. Does that help us out? Ndio mtu asikuje kujiita Karisa sijilete hapo ndani na hayuko. So hata akishinda kijileta, there is nothing like that will happen. Are we clear on that? And there was a fight, there was a real big battle in Bomas when that constitution was being written. But if you look at the definition that has been used against marginalized minority communities in the Kenyan context, it is an adoption of the international definition of indigenous people. So the long and short is, internationally we talk of indigenous people, local communities, but in the Kenyan context, to be legally correct and okay in Kenya, we talk of marginalized and minority communities. Pamoja? Are we together up to that point? Good. I also want to make an assumption that mambo ya Paris Agreement nyinyi wote mko sawa nayo, that you've been brought up to date in the last few days or in your own other life, that you know what happened all that time in 2015, the enaction of the Paris Agreement in 2016, and all the efforts that have happened to it. But particularly, let me also make an assumption that you know that COP27 is going to be focused on these two sections of the Paris Agreement. The reason I'm saying assumption is because in English unacheza na maneno ingine ya kufanya mtu actually pay attention hapo sasa. Are we together? And I keep it interactive, so nikifika mahali nimekupoteza, please raise your hand and just shout it. Sina order, unasema tu sielewi, ngoja kidogo, and I'll pause. Pretty much this is a global agreement that has been guiding the world on issues climate change, na kuna vitu mbili imekuwa ikilemea watu. The first one is issues to do with something called a rule book. We have a Paris Agreement, and the key characteristic of the Paris Agreement is what? Jemima, you should know this, and Isaac. Where is Isaac? The Paris Agreement, what is the interesting ingredient out of it? Yes, even on finances. You're on finances. There was finances in the Paris Agreement. On the Paris Agreement, there was a key characteristic, ile moja tu na ndio ilifanya tuanze kutafuta rule book. Sema tu. Let me give you a hint, the approach to curbing emissions. What was the characteristic? Very good. Not very wrong. Kunanga wrong answer. So Collins, do you want to help him? Najua that's an intelligent way of saying he got it wrong. So can you give us the right one? Again, also wrong. The issue to do with differentiated. Yes, sasa umeshika. Sema tena. Common but differentiated responsibility. Are we together? So the Paris basically said, was it Peps who said, you can go far alone. This rule book was supposed to have been finalized the previous COP, the one before ikashindikana. So it was postponed. And so it's hopeful that COP27 might possibly deliver on that. Tumeshika hiyo. So hapa ndani ndio unapata vitu inaitwa article 6 na sijui nini, very many things. It's all around that rule book. Pamoja. The last assumption is Article 6, which is particular on issues to do with global stock tech, which is baselines and kutafuta how terribly wrong are you on climate change. Sawa sawa. But that is all about assumptions coming up to here. When I was invited to and requested by this gentleman to come and talk to you on advancing your role, especially leading towards COP27, I actually wondered, I wish you could just discuss these 4 things in any of the time that you're giving me, and then you are sorted. First thing that you guys need to sort out is, what are your key messages? I had Collins mentioned you were working towards a position paper, you're working towards some key messages that you're taking out there. It is very important that all of you are very clear on those key messages. And then the COP process is so tight, people hardly have any time for anything, that you need to make your key messages concise, you hit the nail on the head and move. Because sometimes you might just have a cameraman come to you and say, in one word, what do you want in COP? No one answer kupeana statement. Ukisema ameenda. Sio ni one word. So you need to be concise in your key messages. You need to make sure then, if you're talking VCA, if you're talking climate justice, if you're talking gender, if you're talking women, that you at least have messages that's cut across all, or that a message for each of your sections. Are we together? I'm doing this because giving me 30 minutes to sort it out, it can be something else. So I'm just giving you the key. If you can digest these, even post this workshop, it can really be helpful. And on this point, let me ask, are there people on this floor who are going to COP? Nani anaenda? It's good to just know. Pole, maybe you guys have rules not to ask who is going, but siwacha tu niulize. It's my 30 minutes, so I'll go with my rules, right? Nani hapa anaenda Egypt? For COP. Sio holiday, for COP. Okay. Ndio sababu umeinua kichwa haraka hivyo, eh? Okay, so let's just have the faith that some of you are going to COP. I want to assume not all of us. Are we together? So some of you are going to COP. And so the way I'm looking at my message is, and my presentation is both for those who are going to COP and those who are not going physically to COP, that we can still have a role to play. Are we together? And that is, for those who are going to COP, let me start and tweaking towards the strategies. The moment you arrive in COP, assume you arrive in the morning or in the evening, umelala kidogo, ujapanda ndege miaka mingi tangu COVID, so you have a bit of jet lag, umeamuka imeisha. What is your strategy? You're there for 5 days, you're there for 10 days, you're there for 7 days. What is your strategy? What is the one thing that you need to achieve in COP? Bila hiyo, unatoka unasema that was a failed COP for me. It might be a successful COP for the rest, but as far as I'm concerned, it was a failed COP. Are we together? Are we together? Yes, we will identify ourselves as marginalized, as minority groups, as, people, nilisikia tena, people who are abled differently. I thought we had a constitutional terminology to use, So what is your strategy when you're going to COP? That is to say, in some cases, you'll find people with pavilions. You'll find people with caucus groups. They have teams they want to influence. They're going to do vigils. Wengine wanasema we will always use this strategy to make our messages go through. Paris Agreement ikiandikwa, there was a lot of peaceful marching, and in some cases it got to some riots kind of things. But it was a means of getting the attention to pass the message. Okay? So going to COP, what is yours? Majority of you here, let me look at you as youth. What is your strategy as a youth group? Nigani? There are many ways of skinning a cat or killing a rat. There are many ways of getting your message in COP. Which one have you chosen for COP27? Tuko pamoja? Then based on that one, how are you going to do it? And then are you going to do it on one day, ile siku tu? Because I see this a lot in such big conventions. Ile siku, day number 4, ndio mko na pavilion and ndio mko na activity, mtu anawasikia. But day 1, 2, 3, before that, hakuwa ijua there is such a group of people around here. And then kesho yake anarudi hapo akitafuta tena to follow up and to ask some questions. You guys have disappeared. You no longer have the branding. You no longer have many things. For those who are going, you will meet a space called Talanoa in COP. It's picked from a word from Fiji that basically means, baraza. That's the long shot of it. But these guys, when they started in 2015, particularly, walikuwa wanasema Talanoa. And they branded Talanoa from day 1 to the end. And for every COP since, they have been insisting on creating that space called Talanoa. Now, the COP creates that space called Talanoa. You get their strategy? Loud, very aggressive. Those guys, mtu anaongea hapa bila microphone. Mpaka kwa barabara unamsikia very clearly. Sijuangi vocals zao ziko aje. But they make that space available and visible. Now, critical discussions are held in the Talanoa space. What is your strategy? Wewe mwenye hauendi, mimi na wewe mwenye hatuendi. What is our strategy to support and back up those that are there physically? We know nowadays that a lot of impact presence can be made online. Sindio? Tunakuwa tunafuata nani hapo? Mtu akipost tu hivi kitu yenye iko against. Remember what I told you, what is the one thing you're looking for? Unakumbuka? If there is a single presentation that, because that's the other thing with COP, unakanga hivi kwa Twitter yako ya COP, ina move kama train. Because as many as of you are here, there is the COP secretariat, there is everyone else, they are tweeting, they are following, they are doing captions, they are doing photos. So kama umefuata tag line moja, inasonga kusonga, and he knows that very well. So what is the one thing you're looking for? Unangoja tu mtu aguze youth, we support kwamba ameongea kitu ya maana ama ameharibu na muna kanyanga. Are we together? You know, Twitter wars and Twitter soldiers ready, you know, but what is your strategy? Okay? Because you need to make your point. And sometimes you might just be the first. Don't fight for that point of being the first one to comment and to respond, but the secretariat might just be having a key speaker, giving you examples of experiences. Maybe having a key speaker who has said X, Y, Z about issues to do with the youth. And you're quick there to ask a question. You're not in that space. You're not even in that country. You're somewhere, but you've asked a critical question. Someone else who has the floor takes to say, let me ask you a question you've been asked online. Si umefika? Si umefanya impact yako? So physically being there or not doesn't count for me. What is your strategy? I didn't go to the last one, but I still had my impact. Tuko pamoja? And I'm giving common strategies that are applicable to both the role of youth, the role of women, the role of indigenous peoples, or in the Kenyan context, minority and marginalized communities. Sio mimi. Ama hata or someone doesn't want me to continue, nimeboesha ya kutosha, so I should stop. Are we good? So pretty much covered strategy. When you get to COP, let me even assume only 2 people are going from this room. Right now, one of the hottest tickets to buy is a ticket to Egypt. That should just let you know how crazy it is. You, in a typical COP, you expect anything between, give me an estimate, 10,000 or 20,000 people? Something close to that. Zile ninajua they always range in tens of thousands of people. Okay? Going to COP. So there, you're there as 10, let's round off and say 100 people are on one thing. So you're talking about 10,000, so you're talking about 1,000 different interests. So ukifika hapo from your village umeland hapo, you need to immediately identify your interests. So who are your partners and who are your allies? Let's take the example of women. Let's take the example of women. Once you land in COP, there's now something called the League of Women, if I do remember it right. And there are very many gender league, not the League of Women, gender league. And there are very many gender-focused groups, spirits, discussions. Okay? So when you land there and your interest is women issues, you need to identify with those, you need to align with them, you need to connect with them. Hey, boss. Are we good? Can we try it now? Because sasa wana distract flow, na momentum, na point vile zikuwa zimekuja zote. So that's not a good ally. Sasa ile maongea na kukatizia. So please identify your partner. There might be even an African Youth League or network. So if your interest is youth, you need to immediately align to those, connect to those. And if your messages contribute to the messages, unajenga. Sawa? If your messages zimeachwa out of those, you justify and they also get added. Such that after you've contributed everything that goes, Collins said this, such that by the end of the day today, we have a message that all of us own. So ukifika from Kenya, umelanda na Kenya Airways yako, Umekutana na fellow youth, you contribute a youth position for COP27. Na imebeba agenda yako momentum imekuimba mpaka hiyo points. Inaacha watu mbali sana. Are we together?
Yes.
This is because sometimes, and I'm speaking from my experience from the indigenous people sector, because that's my theme and that's always my line. In some cases, we know country X is always against indigenous people. Whatever they do to Naumulika hivi tu. Because they can just make one statement and everything I've been fighting for 14 days. A young girl, don't think she's a young girl, she's a young lady now. What's her name? Very good. We know her because of how she got the limelight, right? Point zote alikuwa analeta zina relate na wewe ama kuna moja inakuacha? Ongea na sauti.
Nasema
alikuwa tu sawa. Hiyo tu sawa inamaanisha kama ni points 10 kuna kamoja inamwacha, so juu ni 9 out of 10 ako tu. Yes, please.
What did you say it was her name?
Thank you. Greta Thamba. I think Greta is spelled Grether. Hiyo ingine sitajaribu kupronounce, but I know she's from Sweden. And she was fighting against issues to do with, mostly it was about renewable energy and what this generation is doing to kill the future of her generation. Unapata? But the things she would fight for, kuna zingine za Africa haziko pale. Are we together? Let me go to the last one. Last in terms of my key points, then we get to my main points. Let me go to the last one. What is your strength? Okay? What is your strength? What is the strength of your constituency? What is the key strength that will make you get the attention of he or she who needs to make a decision? Any pattern? You're going there to meet people who can cry and roll on the road. Get the attention. Will you do that as well? You're going to find others that will be able to draw on the street to pass a message. Will you do that? Okay? What is your strength? If you're a youth person, what is... Collins is talking about artistic and stuff like that. So can you be able to use that to coin a message ambayo huwezi andika in words into drafting of text? Can you coin a message that will echo? In a previous COP where I was, 2016, we just decided to make our pavilion in the Eco exhibition spaces. We just decided to make it the most active and the noisiest. That was our simple strategy. How? We would have music theaters, we would have prayer sessions followed by traditional people, we would have dances, we would have colorful paintings, we will just get that. And we don't go to look for the attention comes to us. Now, when key discussions need to happen, they will say, do you have some 30 minutes we want to have a discussion at your space? Do you want to have a meeting? Are we together? So what is your strength? What is the one thing that you guys can be able to push that helps you push for your messages there? A key strength that is usually missing in most young people, most from the category of women, and most from the indigenous people local community section, is technical skills. People will not be sleeping during that COP. Bokumu was here, he will tell you, akirudi from COP, we leave anachukua. Because when you get there, you're talking about tracking the statements, tracking the discussions, tracking the positions, tracking the points of discussions. So that's all. Umelala, 11 p.m., an email just comes into your inbox. This is the latest position with regard to, let me go back to a previous slide. This is the latest position with regard to Article 6. And I'll dive into Article 6 in a few. And there's a particular component of Article 6 that touches on your area as Kenya, as Africa. But there's a country that just has inserted certain words that makes your position completely useless. Or, and you will get to meet this, certain text has been removed from the main text and has been moved to the preamble. So in the story too, for curtain raiser, into the main artist, akuje, or your statement is now in brackets. In bracket inamaanisha ukifika ni part ya kuhitaji kupunguza words ifit kwa hii kitu, hii bracket inafanya nini? Are we getting what goes on? So when I talk and ask what is your strategy, how are you guys going to keep vigil all through to make sure that your statements go through and your key issues are captured? Okay? Even sitting down and strategizing, we arrive at the final COP statement, but inajengwa from angles gani? Are we together? And kwa hii angle, who is contributing? Do we know who, and do we contribute? Let me skip through. I'll not be able to give you your strategy, but let me tell you about my organization's strategy. We already so clear on it, and we are hitting, and we are heading there, and we have prepared everyone who is going there, because we want all of us to work towards one goal. And I'm using this to challenge you, and challenge you guys as you're thinking towards your position, but I'm also using it already to drop my intention of COP into you. You see how our strategy works? Very simple. We basically want to increase the awareness and the uptake of, I had it earlier being mentioned, nature-based solutions. We call it natural climate solution approaches that deliver mitigation solutions. Okay? So we want to push for the awareness to be there. We want to push for them. And we are very keen on one thing that is very important in Africa. I see a hand, adaptation. All right? Because most climate solutions to date are not adaptation related. Zimefanya mitigation, zimefanya so many things, but adaptation always keeps being left. As an organization, we are particular to push that, because we realize that when you're talking to indigenous people, yes, you're asking me to mitigate when my percentage of contribution, GHC contribution is 0.1%. I'm suffering on the mitigation side, on the adaptation side of things. Biodiversity and human well-being co-benefits, because as an organization, we do conservation for nature and for people. So I relate with HIVOS when they say people are limited, and we do that. All right? And the need for commensurate financing. So we are not shying away from the reality that all that story, there is no money that is actually going to enable all those things to happen. We're just talking. Are we together? And we have identified 4 points. So COP yetu tunaendea 4 things. Zenyu ni ngapi? Yours can be 1, it can be 2, it can be 10. But yetu we've identified 4. All right? Elevating our climate approach, climate change solutions through leadership and expertise. So we are going there to advise countries, we are going there to advise constituencies, we are going there to advise various leagues using our experience on, and we have identified that we have a zone, we have a space. So this is going to be our home in that COP. I'm giving this so that it can let you people see how we are doing it. So when you coin your messages, you need to coin it to say, we'll be pushing for this using the youth pavilion and what and what and what. Mention your strategies. The other key strategy that we are pushing is to highlight the critical role of community-led solutions. I had Anne mention some of you in community FLOCA, locally led climate change actions. We will also, you see now where we find coherence, you see now where our messages start echoing, and we will be highlighting and finding people who will also be on that. But we'll also be very keen on highlighting indigenous people and local communities. Now, unlike Collins, I don't use words that are confusing. I will stick to words that will flow in consistency with the UNFCCC language. Are we together? We'll also be seeking how to drive and increase public and in private investment, and this is an area I can talk to a lot. Collins was saying we need money for this, we need money for this. If you don't get into the climate, into the COP discussions on financing of what is going to be available next, then for the next 1 year you're going to struggle to get financing. All right? In the previous COP, there were commitments for 1.7 billion towards indigenous people-led solutions on climate change. Later on, we would have to dive into the technicalities of what were the conditions around that money. And we realized it was only to tropical forest, and tropical climate change solutions, and stuff like that. So you will be there when discussion is being set aside for a fund for youth-led climate change. Unaangalia what are the black and whites on the conditions of that. They might just be related to something that doesn't work in Africa. Are we getting it? Are we together? So make your objectives, make your strategy, make your focus and priority in COP very clear and very purposeful. Take an example of our last talk. In the climate change arena, in the conservation arena, we are one of the few organizations that are doing something around blue carbon. Blue carbon is when we are talking about reducing carbon emissions, we are talking about sequestrating carbon. The highest concentration can happen in the ocean areas. Are we together? Mangroves, and so I know a few people from Coast would relate to it. We are one of the few organizations that actually have practical solutions that we can demonstrate on blue carbon solutions. And so that says around policy, we have a say of two. Sisi tunajua that's our strength. Remember what I mentioned earlier? That is our strength that we are going to offer in the COP. So such that anyone who will want to discuss something, blue carbon as a policy or funding towards blue carbon, we'll have to remember to talk to CI. See how our strategy is very clear. Are we together? Juningekaa na nyinyi day 1 and 2, I will be able to inform and figure out your strategy. But for now, I can only use mine to challenge yours. And again, this is only focused to COP. Can you do something with the same skills and focus it to a national setup? Sindio? Anytime you want to challenge or push your country government, same thing. What are your key messages? What are your key strategies? What are your strengths? What is your approach? All right? I could dive into each of those 4 topics, each of these 4 points. Let me just dive into one because I think that some of you will fit here. On the issue of participation and rights, on the issue of pushing for community-led indigenous people solutions on climate change, we are even more particular on, because you need to always find relevance in what you're doing. Again, because this is the other issue that some of constituencies have. You want to push something right, strongly, or you're not aligning it to what is happening in the COP. Are we together? So in pushing for all that, we are particular to push for participation and rights around a UNFCCC structure, local communities, indigenous peoples platform. That's a UNFCCC structure. That's a formal way of being able to do anything on human rights around indigenous people. We call them in Kenya marginalized minority communities. That is the space. All right? I will show you in a few, but youth as well feature in that platform. And so there we are particular to strengthen the functions. It is on the 2nd work plan. It is pushing towards so many things. And here is the one on youth that I realized this morning. So, on the issue of the timeline for the implementation of the 2nd 3-year work plan of the LCIP, so acronyms mtazoea, there is something around youth, and I need some of you to find it. Can you see it? So the LCIP is organized on global conventions inside the COPs, but then it is organized such that it will have and should have regional conventions. Are we together? We recently came from the first Africa-Asia bi-regional gathering of the LCIP. You see how it's being implemented? But let me scroll down here. Annual Youth Roundtable. Now, I cannot be able to tell you whether that happened, how it happened, who did, how it happened, all those many things. Are we together? So that means as some of you will be going there, you would want to connect within the LCIP, around the Youth Roundtable, figure out what they've done, align your messages to that, and make sure that you are relevant. Because if you make the loudest noise, have the most important points, but you don't connect to what is going on the floor, you're making noise. And so that's why I'm hoping that I've made and connected to your points. Otherwise, nitakuwa nimeshaongea to the ground. I see 2 hands. Yes, so I'll take yours first, then I'll go to him. Collins, I'm looking out for you.
Let me use the sauti. I have a question.
Yep.
during your planning and strategies, how do you disseminate all this information to localized language for everybody who's affected at the marginalized community level, that if you bring them this jargon, all this jargon, they don't really get it? How do you disseminate this to them, that there's a climate change is actually affecting us? How do you get them to speak out and air their views? Then now translate that and back now to your office, now back maybe probably to COP, the frontier. How do you do that?
2016, I do remember as a group of youth, we were offering voluntary translation services in the COP.
Translations?
Yes.
It's amazing.
So we will pick documents and cross-reference. It was a combination of our pavilion and UN volunteering translated. As an organization, we do all our documents, messages, everything in what we call organization languages, 7 of them across the world, which are the biggest, and it has something called Baha. I forget it, from Asia. So language is one critical component. And perhaps you will get to COP and find that some of the key decision makers from your constituency need help to be able to understand directions, locate a conference room, understand some, maybe the Spanish people are speaking, you need to be able to translate it, or even just use equipment for them to be able to correlate. So there's always a role around that, and that's why participation and inclusion is very important around all these things. There's a second hand there. Collins, I'm looking out for your signal, and I'm happy to stop with the. Do you still have a question, or did I answer it already?
I was confused. Did you say natural?
Climate solutions, yes. Natural climate solutions. Thank you. I'm cognizant of what is happening behind most of us, which is a very important priority item. Collins has not listened to me for the last few minutes. I am happy to, at the due course, be able to pause. Oh, thank you. I can keep going. Thank you. So, I focused on 4 things. I've mentioned the first one, participation and rights. The second one that we are very categorical to push in COP, and it is a space for intervention, is matters around policy. This is because we know it in Kenya, and some of you always complain that it's difficult to make change around the country. If you don't do it around the policy, you're just talking. Same case with the COPs. If you're not focused, if you're not strategic as youth, as women, as marginalized communities, look at those policy streams, because one of the most complicated part of COPs is parallel discussions are happening. There are, as we said, probably tens of thousands of people, and the typical meetings are around 50 or less people. And so you, like this, and so you could be having probably 1,000 of such meetings, one on the other topic, one on the other stream. Policy is one of them, and it's one of the fairly forgotten one, and this one always transnights. You're pushing on a policy, you wake up in the morning, it has been reversed, tweaked, changed, flipped upside down. So this is one of the areas as an organization we are particular and prioritizing on. Again, does it connect to Africa? We are particular, we push on agriculture. This is our focus on adaptation. We are focusing on, that name is always difficult, Coronavia joint work on agriculture, and we are focusing on strengthening it, accelerating its implementation, and pushing especially because agriculture, food security, food insecurity, stability, and its essential adaptation. Collins, please.
Yeah, yes, I did a question on that.
Yes, make it loud. Just shout it, it's okay.
I have a problem with my diaphragm. I think I have a simple question on the Coronavia joint report on agriculture, joint work on agriculture. There has been some concern that instead of really looking at the real concept of the work, it has concentrated more on sale of technology rather than using agriculture as a means of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. I would want to know, and I would let you put you on the spot with this, what is the CI's position? What is CI's position, especially as regards, we know it's more of looking at the soil issues, the nature conservation issues, the nutrient conservation component of the same the water conservation aspect of it, connection or kind of linkages. But there is always that concern that the Coronivia joint work on agriculture is more of, instead of reducing emissions, they are more of selling technology. So probably one just to know what really is CI's position, and probably stepping out of CI, which will be very difficult. Stepping out of CI, what would be your advisory, especially for a group like this that involves women, youth, and marginalized communities that are directly dependent on the agricultural area as their push for COP27?
So I'll speak as a Pan-Africanist here, as an Africanist, and as a Kenyan here. Any conversation, discussion that is happening that doesn't land can be very, can just be hot air. And CI's position, Collins, is essentially the revised phase, the next phase of the KJWA, and we are pushing for inclusion of a natural, a nature-based solutions approach, which is more away from lots of chemical, away from pollution, away from mechanization, and more what used to happen before we started all this. And when you do that, you will find that the rights of people, the rights of human beings within the joint work on agriculture becomes critical. Why? That is why you find that mechanization is not gender sensitive, that you find there's a need to figure out some solutions that become gender sensitive, gender oriented on it. And that is why I would expect anyone who will be relating on agriculture, on adaptation, to make solutions that are being pushed for as practical as possible. Sometimes you get there and the solutions on agriculture would be so relevant to someone who's doing mechanized agriculture or large-scale agriculture. If we do ask the youth to come in, and by the way, according to the African Union and even the Africa Development Bank, agriculture and the green gold, as it's called, this is like where you can get the next opportunity. If we do ask you to come in here and sort food security by finding income and security in this, are you going to be able to do it in 1,000 acres? No. So if I make policies and incentives around large-scale agriculture, I'm basically beating around the bush and avoiding it. So I would expect those solutions on agriculture to be relevant to my small-scale. Are we together? So those are the things you watch out when you're in that space. The discussions are on agriculture, on adaptation, on food security, but you keep thinking about where you've come from and will this apply to us. Let me go to a last. Yes, please.
So something about what you mentioned about agriculture and your particular strategies, I guess conservation international, right? So I'm curious to know, when you talk of you aligning your strategies towards, I would say, the
NBS,
right? No, not just that, but you aligning towards whatever is being discussed according to COP, right?
Yes.
Is it also important to also align with the attention on issues that are being discussed, let's say with your country, with other organizations in your area, with other voices in your area, or does everybody go with their, is it important? I feel like it might be important for Kenya as a general, unless everybody's pushing everything else, and then under Kenya we have 1,000 issues that we're fighting for. How does that happen?
This is what I mentioned when I said you're going to figure out how to make your voice relevant in 10,000. From Kenya, from Africa.
Right.
Are you getting the sequence? And so that means, and just for your information, countries will make positions as individual countries, as coalitions and the various alignments. And so one day utasikia kuna statement imetoka from the G8, and the next one utasikia next day kuna position imetoka from African countries. Are we together? And so sometimes when a point is not being made, go back to my first slide where I talked about who are your allies and who are your friends on your theme and your spirit. You're able to make a more strong position. And when I talked about that, I was particular that you need to identify who else If a statement doesn't come through when you push it as an individual, as a Kenyan youth, perhaps it will have some weight when it's pushed by the African League of, the League of African Youth, or with, say for example, the Global Youth Network. I think there's something like that if I do remember it right. So you need to be able to know how to get the leverage, because it's difficult for you to get the voice to speak. But someone from the Global Youth League will be able to get the space, even during formal plenaries, to speak on your behalf. Umempatia point pale mkikunywa kahawa yeye anaenda kwa floor.
Mine would be more of because I know different organizations are going to have their own setup of position papers. Yes. So my concern would be like, let me say as a country, because of course we come from different organizations and they are also, the different organizations are also represented in different countries. Yes. But of course there are those agendas that are key that probably these organizations might want to be had. So what with experience, what is the best way to make sure that a country like this, maybe your organization, YWCA, and other organizations, maybe you have one key thing that you can bring it together to have one position, a strong position paper that you guys can stand in and present. What makes you not have that common kind of way of working out?
It goes back to the point on strategy. Every day in the morning as an organization, we will be having our own caucus, which is our own recap and our own sharing of messages. That is one. We do have a whole dedicated team on communication that is backstopping us during COP. That means when we generate a statement and we need to share it out to as many people as possible, we know who to send it to, we know how to draw their attention to it. As a country and as a youth, we need to be able to know. I'm sure they were there here in the last day or so, and they'll be here in the afternoon. You need to be able to connect with them. You need to be able to know when they are meeting to discuss Kenya's position on X, Y, Z. Are we together? Yeah. So that you need to know when common statements are being crafted and understand the different communication channels, such that when you do have a statement, you can actually disseminate it all the way out to the secretariat. In short, while you're here today, if you do have an issue on youth and you need to send it out to the relevant ministry on youth, who do you send it to? It's a similar situation, okay? Who do you know, whose contact do you have, who do you send to, and do they pay attention to your points? And sometimes if I send it as Elijah, they will not know, they will not read it because Elijah ni email address fulani tu itakuja ipotee tu mahali. But if he sends it, are you seeing what I'm talking about? If he sends it, it pays attention. So I would rather convince him and he forwards or recommends and says, pay attention to this message. This is what happens a lot in COP. You will be in the middle of a briefing and you'll be alerted to a position has been issued. Let me take an example by the United States of America on topic XYZ. And you guys have to listen, pick it out, and listen to it, or rather read it out and see how it changes your discussions. Are we together? So, who is going to be making the strongest messages on youth in the COP? And how do you get to connect to them so they can speak on your behalf? Youth, the same issue. Indigenous people, it's most likely going to be the local communities, indigenous people's platform. How do you get your messages to them? Ndio wao wafikishe to the strongest voice. This was supposed to be 30 minutes, but we are way into 1 hour. Our next approach is Article 6. It's usually a very complicated topic. I am a relative expert on it, not a thorough expert on it, and so I'll say we have a few priorities and choose to skip it. This is a repetition from Kitambo, na naona watu wanataka kwenda kuonekana kwa TV, so I would almost say thank you very much and take a few questions. I see a few hands, one over there. I'll come to you second. Na mushout ndio mwende muone vile watu wanaongea. You need to speak up. You need to speak up. Simama ndio sauti iende mbali. Don't fear these things. Speak up.
Philippines is the other side. So, no, here we are. And COP27 Consultative Dialogue Workshop. The consultative workshop aimed at advancing the role of the Kenyan youth, women, and marginalized community participation in post-Paris climate dialogue processes and consolidating the constituency's voice ahead of COP27, specifically focusing on the following. One, unpacking the outcomes of the 26th COP while highlighting their relevance and meaning and implications to Kenyan youth, women, and indigenous people and local communities. Two, providing a platform for the Kenyan youth, women, and indigenous people and local communities to dialogue and come up with an official post-COP26 position for lobbying, advocacy, and strategic framework and roadmap for approaching COP27. Over the 3 days, participants discussed the worsening impacts of climate change, the regrettable lack of sufficient commitment from the global political leaders, and slow progress in climate change negotiations, especially on climate finance, adaptation, and loss and damage, which are the agenda items. In close consideration to the gender nexus, which actually was part of the discussion that we did, after thoroughly considering the different views in the room and online, the participants issued the following statement, which is position prosper. One, we are deeply concerned by the continued push by the global north for scientific attribution and quantification of loss and damage. In contrast, the science of climate change and the evidence on loss and damage is already well established, even in the latest IPCC report. We are also intensely concerned by the increasing challenges in accessibility, quality, predictability, and non-responsiveness of various climate finance instruments. For instance, Green Climate Fund, Adaptation Fund, Green Environmental Facilities, and others, to the needs of the youth and women and also the marginalized communities. While we welcome the establishment of the comprehensive 2-year Glasgow Sharm El-Sheikh work program on the global goal on adaptation, which is 2022-2023, we are concerned about the consistent omission of the youth, women, and the marginalized community responsive actions from such teams and the time needed to translate these actions to given increasing the need of enhanced adaptation in Africa. Similarly, while we welcome the progress made in the informals of the new collective quantified goal on finance, we are concerned that the new collective quantified goal must be premised on science, must be predictable, must be new and additional, must take into account financing for loss and damage, and must deliver on transparency. We therefore demand the following. On climate finance, we demand that the parties must provide new and additional shot of fixing the broken commitment of delivering the inadequate $100 billion in public finance by 2020. We strongly call on parties to settle on the definition of climate finance no later than COP27. Besides addressing the issues of accessibility of climate finance, evidence on gender and social inclusion and access. The pivotal and leadership role that African governments damage, we demand urgent interventions and frank negotiations on loss and damage, given the evidence already provided by the R6 report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, majorly the African continent. We strongly denounce market-based mechanism and other false solutions propagated as solutions for loss and damage. We further caution all stakeholders, and especially the global north and the private sector, against any form of thought on applying market mechanisms on loss and damage response. We demand urgent action, operationalization of Santiago Network on loss and damage, considering the magnitude of loss and damage in Africa no later than COP27. We demand the parties to put a clear distinction between loss and damage and disaster risk reduction as provided in the evidence of AR6 annexed. We demand the establishment of a special finance facility for loss and damage in line with the response with Article 8 of the Paris Agreement. These finances for loss and damage should be predictable in quality and quantity and should be separate from other financial instruments. We demand commitment from parties in following the direction already set by the Scottish Government at COP27 in financing loss and damage. We call parties to be alive to the differentiated impacts of losses and damages to men, women, youth, and the disabled, and act following the establishment of the evidences. On adaptation, we call on parties to accelerate their commitments and honor their pledge on or to adaptation finance. We emphasize and demand that the global goal on adaptation must carry with it the aspirations of the youth, the aspirations of the women and indigenous people, and not forgetting the local communities. On mitigation, we call upon the parties to raise nationally determined contribution commitments or ambitions by committing to the rapid energy transformation required to cut the global emissions by 50% by not later than 2030. And we aspire that there's going to be reach on net zero emissions by 2050, in line with the recent IPCC 1.5 degree special report. We emphasize that any transition as part of the response measures to developing countries shall be just, gradual, and gender responsive, and not affecting the efforts for poverty reduction. Developing countries should be supported and facilitated with financial, technological, and other capacity support to venture for new emerging economy opportunities with regards to poverty reduction. On gender, human rights, and indigenous people's rights, we call on parties to take action to implement the activities under the Gender Action Plan in order to strengthen the consideration of gender aspects in climate-related activities. We continue with the Lima program in order to ensure that the integration of gender considerations are integrated in the processes under the Paris Agreement. We need an allocation of adequate financial and human resources to build the needed capacity on gender dimensions on climate policy and actions at national level to comply with the requirements on gender under the Paris Agreement and implementation guidelines. We would want to see a serious follow-up on the recommendations in the Paris Agreement implementation guidelines to include gender-responsive adaptation actions and traditional knowledge, which is usually referred to as indigenous information. On agriculture, as I finalize, we urge parties that the Coronovia joint work on agriculture should address the vulnerabilities of agriculture to climate change, reduce food insecurity, and eradicate poverty amongst communities whose livelihood depends on agriculture while reducing greenhouse gases emissions, and not to stress the trade on or in technology. Technology development and transfer, we stress that technology development and transfer should be accompanied with capacity building to facilitate both adoption of technologies and knowledge for their usage at the respective local areas. We further stress that technology needs assessment should be linked on the ground implementation and not end at identification level. Thank you very much. Yes.
Can you try like to break into mitigation, sustainability, and adaptation into Kenyan context?
Into Kenyan context.
Because that language is too hard.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Basically, what we are trying to say is, one, on adaptation, we want local issues which are generated from the communities to be financed. When we are talking about adaptation financing, that is what we are calling upon the government to respond to. Local initiatives like those vertical gardening at the local level, are they speaking to the needs and are they funded to ensure that that is addressed adequately?
And in your statement, you mentioned a lot of issues and the demands.
Yes.
I would like to, if you paraphrase maybe the main recommendation that you want addressed by relevant authorities.
Okay. In a nutshell, COP27 is going to look at 3 key issues. One, and these are the demands from our end. Evidences of loss or damage are actually there. We need financing so that that person suffering as a result of floods in an area can respond or can be supported to adapt. Because when we talk about loss and damage, there are people who are actually suffering from floods, the areas which are actually flooded. What are the things that they are losing in terms of their economic development and also the livelihoods? That is one. We are also talking about direct initiatives that are geared towards ensuring that finances are availed to the local people. The final one is the call for inclusive voices. That is for women, youth, and the marginalized community in the whole process, so that we have initiatives which are emanating from their.
So for these initiatives to be locally led, we need county gender responsive budgeting and climate responsive budgeting. These will enhance the marginalized, the youth, women, and the indigenous people to participate profitably in this climate initiative we are talking about. So without that, we shall keep making commitments, raising our voices, but without finances, then it becomes invalid. And that's what we are calling upon, translating the COP commitments into the county level systems and national level system for adequate budgeting so that we can all realize this.
I heard you giving an ultimatum of for COP 27.
Yeah.
How practical is that in relation to achieving what you just
Thank you. For ultimatums that we are giving, you remember there are commitments which were done at COP26. Up to this point, they have not been delivered. So our call is, what is the need of having another COP if the commitments which were done in COP26 are not yet achieved? So for instance, financing loss and damage, we only have one country which has actually committed a certain finance, and that is Denmark. No any other commitment in terms of financing loss and damage in Africa and also in Kenya. Yeah.
Yeah. The UNFCCC, which are the ones who are organizing the COP27 which is coming in Egypt,
Yes.
they pledged some finances to be channeled to the Ministry of the Environment. Have you benefited from those funds? Then secondly, are you going to be part of the the countries coming together towards achieving the world's collective climate goals as agreed under the Paris Agreement in the COP27? Are you going to participate?
Thank you. You are talking about financing locally led climate action, which is FLOCA. FLOCA is not yet achieved, and we have county participants here. They can tell you they are still in the process of actually putting mechanisms in space to really achieve locally led climate actions. The community are ready because they are suffering from climate actions. Climate change. But again, financing is taking too long with a lot of bureaucratic procedures really to access. So we call upon simplifying that process so that the local community can actually benefit from what they deserve. So up to now, there is no one project that we can say is financed by that particular arrangement. Yes. On our participation, really on those parks, yes, we are pushing the voices of youth. We are pushing the voices of women. We are also pushing the voices of the marginalized communities so that they can be heard and their interventions can be incorporated. This position that we have developed will be submitted to the government for integration in their position paper that will help in the negotiation processes. At COP, we'll play 2 key roles. One, we will play the observer role to oversee that the government are actually meeting the commitments that they have in place. To some extent, we shall also be co-opted to help in the negotiations to ensure that our issues are actually taken at the global level. Yes, thank you. Thank you. That's good. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, yes.
Question that he is asking is that unlike the budgeting system that we go to different entities, there is an explanation that you gave on the last slide concerning technology and KIRDI involvement in this. So I'm just taking the question. I'll put it together and then. So if So, Bob, the question is, what is the formal way of engaging directly with KIRDI, especially if you want to do CTCN and its paraphernalia, what you call that? So, what is the engagement like? How do we reach out to CTCN? So that is the question. Yes, mtu labda kuja simame hapa juu nimegundua hizo swali nitakuwa na paraphrase vitu sio zangu. Anyone who has another question? So the first question, Bob, if you took that, the first question was on availing the presentation. The second question is on the issue of engagement with KIRDI and how we can be able to facilitate that process of engagement with KIRDI. Any other question? Or Bob can take the two as you think of some. So Bob, karibu sana.
Thank you, Collins. Presentation, definitely. Isaac will have the presentation actually today, and so he'll be able to share the presentation. On KIRDI, yeah, so Isaac will be able to share the presentation because I'll share the presentation with him. Then on KIRDI, in terms of engaging KIRDI, years back, the contact person for CTCN in Kenya was Dr. Arthur Onyuka, unless Collins maybe that has changed. I'm not sure if that has changed. It was Dr. Arthur Onyuka. And so what normally happens is that in case you have a technology request, normally you just send them an email, and even you can just even go to KIRDI and you just request for the CTCN contact person. You request for CTCN contact person. Normally for every request, there's actually even normally a cost implication because in terms of support, there's amount that they can be able to give you in case you have a technology request. There are two, because there's a small amount, is it $50,000? Right now I'm not sure of the figures, but there are two different amounts that one be able to either request in terms of the technological that you can be able to receive from KIRDI. So they have two categories. The first one is for costs of around $50,000. At the time, this was around 5 million Kenyan shillings. Then there's now a bigger request, which is now a bit competitive in terms of submitting technology requests. Because for the bigger request is around between 5 million to 25 million Kenyan shillings. So this one is a bit competitive and the process is a bit lengthy. But now for the easier one is now just the small request is around $50,000. So what normally happens, you submit your request to CTCN now through KIRDI in Kenya. So KIRDI is one which you now submit, which will respond to your request, which means then after that you'll work with the KIRDI through the KIRDI members who are part of the CTCN, And you can do this either as an individual. You can either submit your request as an individual, or you can submit your request as an organization. And you normally do a written request. So in our case, we do a written request to KIRDI through the CTCN contact person, indicating what the request is about, how the stakeholders involved, among others. But there's also online, you can be able to get complete a guideline on the entire process of submitting your request. Then after this, the requests are normally assessed, because KIRDI has like a set of criteria where they'll now look at the various technological requests. But the main challenge for us is that not many people actually know that KIRDI is a nationally designated entity of CTCN. And so even in terms of technology requests, when you interact with people from KIRDI, they'll tell you that from Kenya, the number of requests are actually low. They've not received many requests from Kenya. And mainly this is because of partly limited access to information, because not many people know that they're able to submit technological requests to KIRDI. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Bob. The best thing with Bob is that he doesn't just give you a yes or no answer. He gives some bit of explanation. The last time that I checked, it was Arthur, but now I think it's Gaudensia. Probably, Bob, you might want to check. Gaudensia is the one, the focal person for technology at KIRDI, but I'm not quite sure. Probably the reorientations are happening, so we are in a new government. We never know. But the last time I checked, it was Gaudensia. As Bob has mentioned, not so many people submit technological solutions to climate action or climate resilience in this country. And the reason is no one knows that, or rather, let's say, let me remove that one. I withdraw and apologize. Few people know that KIRDI is actually the technology guys in this country as far as climate change is concerned. So if you go to them currently, probably they have not even received. If you go to them right now, probably they will. You will not even know that, or rather, if you go to someone today, they will not even know that KIRDI. That is my level. Please, thanks. They will not know that KIRDI is the actual CTCN, or rather, authority in this country in terms of technology transfer for climate resilience. Is there any other question? This is our time for lunch, but I'll give, if there are 5 or less. So we have Zainab. Any other person? So Zainab, any other person? None. So Zainab, karibu sana. Bob, there is a question, so Zainab will be asking the question.
Yes. And can I have 2 questions? They're interconnected though. So from what we've discussed in the last, say, 2.5 days, we realized that we also have a problem of monitoring, verification, and reporting. So when it comes to technology as well, So yes, when it comes to technology as well, and technology requests and financing and everything, how effective is that process as well? So the request is done. What happens afterwards? Do we have also, is KIRDI still the same group that's going to ensure that whatever was requested is going to be handled? Did the money get used as it was supposed to be used? How effective was it? What can we do to make it better? And the other question was that what's the success rate of the financial requests? So there are few, but do they all get accepted? And how long do they, what's the process after the request? Thank you.
Bob, it was just that one question. I don't want to open the floor. If I give the floor, we will not go for lunch. You know I like food.
Yes, thank you. One thing that I know of is that the process normally takes between a process, and in between, even once you've submitted your technology request, there's normally a back and forth with the CTCN team in terms of us understanding your request, in terms of just getting 6 months to 1 year. Now, in terms of technological requests, I'm not really sure at the moment, like how many we've how many have been submitted and have been successful in Kenya. What I know of, and this was actually around last year, was that the number was low, and at the time, even what Kidi was saying is that not many people know that they're able to submit either as individuals or as organizations. So in terms of the number, I'm not really sure, unless maybe we follow up with Kirdi. But in terms of the numbers, I'm not really sure. The only thing that, this was like 2 years ago, that the numbers in Kenya was very low at the time.
That was our last question. Please, a round of applause to Bob, even as we plan to go for lunch. Thank you so much, Bob. I know you are either in Nakuru or Kajiado, not so sure. But thank you so much for taking time to take us through the issues of capacity building and technology transfer. We look forward to continued partnership with you and of course reading from your presentations. Asante sana ndugu yangu. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I think Isaac wants to speak to us, but as the program was, I told you I speak the truth most of the time. So as the program was, we will proceed for lunch after Isaac. And then when we come back, we have 2 presentations. Number 1 is the presentation by Elkoi, right? The second presentation is the presentation by either me or Isaac or Jemima or Ivy or any other, just one of the team members will present on the outcomes of the virtual meetings. You know, we have been coming out of this place at 6 every day. It is not healthy. It is not healthy. So we'll try, after the presentation by Elkoi, we have questions and answers. Depending on your time frame, we finalize that. We do the presentation of the outcomes of our virtual meetings. After presenting the virtual meetings, because they are building towards the position that we have today. And then Isaac finally will close the day by giving us the final position of this particular pre-coop. Sawa ama sio sawa? Sasa Isaac. Isaac anataka kuongea. Ni mdosi sasa. Ni mdosi, lazima tuongee vizuri. Isaac, please.
Mambo ni mengi masani. Yes, so this exercise that I want to do here is very special because one, I want to confirm your numbers, your M-Pesa numbers, as per the registration. Sawa sawa. So what I'm going to do is to project, peruse through very fast. Very fast. Si kila mtu ana check tu yake. Because if I project, unaangalia tu yako, if it is not correct, just inform me so that we avoid any to enrich another person. We might not reverse because this is bank to M-Pesa. Tunaelewana? Yes. And nupatie namba ina fuliza and which is registered in your name because itakata. Inasema nini? Itafanya nini? Let me just ensure before you project a video and the money section zote. So let me just hapa can I hide? I want to hide this as well so that wasione ile. We can hide this. Then hapa we also hapa ina pesa, si ndio? Can hide this column. Hide. Then items, Cynthia. That one is hidden. 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 Okay, I know I'm standing between you and your lunch, which is very dangerous. It's ready. Oh, haiko ready.
Ndajuezi pata place uke chini wote nini baridi, sio? Na hapa ni sasa before venye kulikuwa green, kulikuwa na maji ilikuwa safi, ungepata place ya kushelter. So kama venye tuliambiwa wase wa tweet to make a change, venye tunaweza reduce the crisis ya climate change. Thank you.
Asante Nancy. 20,000 mtu wa kwanza.
Kipenzi cha ngoro napoanza wele toto kwa chini twatembea na mete siwasize matamjiri kesho tuna gari saka mali twende tuga shambani ikalipe mahari kwa mamani nikikutazama moyo wayoyoma kipenzi cha ngoro na kuyanza nikikutazama moyo wayoyoma kipenzi cha ngoro na kuyanza. As we settle, 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 as we settle. Which one next? Do you want as you settle?
Next, as you settle.
Hey, Isabella.
Are you gonna come out and dance with me tonight?
Hiyo sina lyrics,
Stars
lyrics.
Beautiful.
Hiyo sina
outside.
lyrics.
You're so beautiful.
Basi keep time. Kewa kita buranda nedari yakwa. Nedari yakwa. Hiyo inanipita Koromora. Usiniseti ya fande uniwie radhi. Nimetoka kuimba. Ai, nani atanisaidia? Hey, 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 you in the blue uniform. If I have wronged you, I will reform. Eyes on Aliyah, kilio. Hey, you, hey, you. Hey, you, hey, you. Hey, you. Hey you, lyrics zimepotea majamaa. Usiniseti ya fan
Dao mwana yana, mwana izere, mwana idungu. Hiyo ni ngumu bwana. Uliza kiatu. Watch my shoes. Uliza kiatu. Ask my shoes, uliza kiatu, uliza kiatu. Ask my shoes, ask my shoes, uliza kiatu, uliza kiatu. Ati nini? Ask my shoes, ask my shoes. Uliza kiatu, ask my shoes, ask my shoes. Uliza kiatu, Ati nini? Ati rent mimi nafanya nini? Najinyima ndio nikulipie rent eh? We. Sema kimeumana.
Artist said sorry, I didn't bring you home. Last night I was a little tipsy. I know she doesn't miss me. Just put on that dress that I like, and we go and dance the night away. Because you know you only live once. Me, I wanna have some fun. Funga mifupa kama meno iko. Up and away we go and spend on my money on you, baby. 'Cause I can't take it with me when I'm dead. So tonight, here I am, and in love.
Kumbe kuna artist hapa ndani.
Tunajaribu.
Aya. Suzana. Suzana, I hope you're happy now. I see you flexing on the car
with your sponsor.
Suzana, I hope you're happy now. I see you getting in color and the hair is longer now. Not gonna Paris, hapo kando ya Champs-Elysees, ukitesa na kaminie. None of my businesses, and I see you in London. If you want a doctor gave you, and your worst behavior, Susanna Vanessa. Hello, 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 hello. Oh, come for it, Susanna. Hello, 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 hello. Somebody loves you. Haya basi, hiyo iko sawa, si ndio? Tuko na spoken word artist, wacha kuja jikumbushe ya jadi, the marginalized community. He of the marginalized community.
Hey, what's up wase? Mko fiti eh? Nataka tu kujikumbusha eh? So wacha nijikumbushe tu kiasi. Unajua when I used to be very romantic bana, nilikuwa naandika hizi vitu ni kama mwisho wa dunia, si ndio? Nikapigwa character development kiasi. Sawa. Yeah. Okay. As the drops hit the dried up ground, just the way you hit my dried up soul, I think about this night as good as it sounds, sharing every moment there isn't a foul. Think of this life. Loving you is my intention. When I look into your eyes, your true beauty and complexion. Through your eyes, you're blessed with inspiration. And from the peak of your smile comes my salvation. As tears drop, I wish you were here. I wish you were here, this love to share. I know it's fair cause we had it anyway. All that I hope for is to see you someday. Nothing will go astray, and I'll never veer to another girl. For me, you've blinked, you know. Everything they say, I don't care. Mine is to give you intensive care, you know. I can take you wherever, anywhere, I swear. I'll brandish this love, not to elsewhere. I wanna see you smiling next to me. I feel the kind and warm breeze, my sadness to peel. I want to treasure every moment that we had. It's only by now you're making me feel bad. As tears drop, I feel something craving in me. A craving strength, increasing the holes. Imagining you're here, forever we be. Sharing each moment and second, for life is real. In a bliss, kissing your lips, this love we seal. I put a ring on your finger, then you say you do. You put a ring on my finger, then I say I do. Holding you tight in front of many people. Burying the past, all I used to do is real evil. Tuachie hapo.
Aya. So you're a 10. You're a 10. I can call you binary. If you record, you have the major keys. You have so much soul that's very deep. I might drop to one knee with your gravity. I rock a ring and wrap around your fingers. You keep it 100 and that's my heartbeat rate. You have strength. Beauty, we double the brain. They can double the bride price and I will still give a blank check. 100 leaves on that and you're still worth excess. 100 wins, your top tier team on a minor league. You hit home run with your swing. I have no time to coach nothing. You're on hands free. You're such a darling. Gave me such a brain freeze like some ice cream. Strawberry chopped, Cadbury chocolate, cherry topping on the whipped cream frosting sauce. You are solid gold. My dream come true, dressed in a perfect hue. Namely you.
Kumbe kuko wanaharibu. Mapenzi yanaran dunia. Aya basi, now we have to welcome Elkoi team, please. If you can accord them a round of applause for everyone who has given. What a talent. Thank you so very much from our two brothers. Asanteni sana for that. But bwana, ni wasichana. We, karibu sana. Imebaki mimi na Alfo. Sawa. So Apollo Karoga is joining us from the local youth, Elkoi, local conference of youth, just to share with us the position that they have. Hapa ndio sasa artistry inaisha, tunaingia kwa kitabu, sasa gitaa inafaa nyamazi. Tutakuwa na ile closure ya hiyo part. Sasa zile tunafanya closure, tutaita watu wako na talent ya kuimba, ya nengua. Hiyo itakuwa. So Apollo is joining us from the local conference of youth. I know they had like a 2-3 day workshop on issues regarding renewable energy, agriculture and the like. It's also good, as Anne mentioned, and you had Maimuna Kabatesi mentioned, that we need everyone in order to strengthen our position. In the Bible it's written, strengthen your stakes, enlarge your tent. So that is part of what we are going to do today. And Apollo, karibu sana. I don't know how many minutes you want us to give you.
15 minutes.
15 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for this. This is such a youthful forum. I would like to say thank you for inviting me today, Isaac. And I would like to thank everyone. And I don't know how I can top the presentation that these guys made just before I got here. But anyway, it has been good to listen to some of the artistry. So my name is Apollo Karoga. I am a registered dietitian in Kenya. And I'm going to explain how I came to be a climate change activist, all the way from being a dietitian. First, I'd like to say a word about, introduce what ELCOE is. I'll introduce myself later on, because the main reason why I'm here is because of ELCOE. I'd like you guys to share some ideas that you have as youth, so that we can make sure that the output that goes to COP27 is quite impactful, right? So ELCOE stands for Local Conference of Youth. It's a forum that is held each and every year, depending on the organizing committee. It is supposed to lead up to Conference of Youth. This year we know that we have the Conference of Youth 17 in Egypt. That's going to happen actually next week, before the Conference of Parties. We had the ELCOE in Kenya just a few weeks ago, and it was dated from 11th to 13th. We had Isaac with us. We had some of the artists here. Dorfan was there. And I see some of the participants who are there as well. So I'd like to say
Sio mimi, ni fundi wa mtambo amesema hivi.
Yeah, inclusivity. We need to make sure that we are included at the Short People Society. So, yeah, that's good. Thanks so much. After the 3-day event, we had people coming in from different counties. We had representatives from all the way from Marsabit and from close areas such as Thika and Nairobi. We had partners who I see they are here as well. We had VCA with us. We had EVOS, who we partnered with, and some of the people came from IKE, and we had Isaac as well from YWCA, who came to speak on gender and inclusivity. Currently, we are working on the report that will go to COP 17 and COP 27. We have finalized on the report today. That's what we are doing today. And from there, we'll also create a Kenya Youth Statement, so that we can all consolidate into one document that is 2-pager and straight to the point on what we want as the youth, and to be included in the climate change series. So I'd like to say a few things about the outcomes. We had topics ranging from food systems, gender, biodiversity, transport, and energy. On food systems, as myself, I am a food system activist, analyst from GrowPoint. We had people such as Floyd Hammer, who came all the way from the USA to give a point of two on how they work on food systems issues in the USA. We had a topic on food systems and entrepreneurship. And then we had VSO representative, that is Mr. Eliud Wakababu, who spoke on agroecology and involvement of the local communities. I've been told that we're not using the indigenous communities, it's local communities. So we also had gender as a topic as well. We had Anita Sonia, who knows Anita Sonia? She's I see people from the forum knows her. So she's an environmental advocate. She spoke on gender, and one of the key statements that she made was, without social justice, we have no climate justice. Let's snap our fingers on that. That's actually good. We had Isaac himself talk about not having sufficient data on climate impact of women and some of the resources that can be used to mobilize the data that are there, that has not been utilized fully. So Isaac, I know he's doing academia right now, and he's quite detailed on data that we have on our websites, and we need to sensitize some of the information that we get. So let's make sure that whenever we go to look up some of the information that we need to filter out some of them and make sure that we think of it at a professional perspective. Lack of political goodwill for gender mainstream in climate change was an issue that was brought up by Wanjiko Thiga. She's a Green politician as well. So at the end, the participants pointed out that they need to hold the government accountable for the commitment to involve the women in such positions. We had biodiversity as a topic as well. We talked about how can the young people contribute towards biodiversity conversation, and 3 main words came about. That is creating awareness, as we are doing right now, advocacy, and capacity building. That's what we are doing. So that's good. We had energy as another topic, and from the energy we had ranks. We rank the outcomes from what we want as the youth. We had 4 major outcomes, and I'll list them categorically on how we want them to be addressed by priority. We had energy access as the priority, number 1, energy options, energy policy implementations as the 3rd one, and the 4th one was energy-related waste. Sustainable transport was the 4th topic of the day, and we had representatives from Basigo, who are e-mobility startup in Kenya. They are doing much about unsustainable transport. 91% of the participants voted that the transport system in Kenya is actually unsustainable. And I actually believe that, and we all know that. Isn't that right, Ivy? Yes. So on climate finance, we had barriers such as the youth not aware of the funds that are there, or if they know and they apply for it. We had complications on, it's quite complicated for them to apply. The government asks for many things, like if you run an NGO, if you have funding, and actually they're the ones who are going to fund. So there's a lot of that is needed for us as youth as we try to mitigate issues on climate finance. The solutions to this was youth to be proactive and not reactive, and government to increase youth capacity through training. And I had a lab on how to come up with solutions that they are currently facing, and if not them, we come up with the solutions and translate it to them. So in order to do this, we need to work together as a group and make sure that we are all trained professionally. So we also had intergenerational dialogues. This was held on the 3rd day. We had preteens, children coming in to present and do their artistry work. Some of them had poetry. They were aged at around, not older than 15 years. And they came from Children in Climate Action Initiative. So I know it sounds a bit brief, and that's what I wanted. I wanted to make it a bit brief because we know that we are a bit tired and working on the time. We're going to send this document online. It's going to be posted by the UNFCCC forum, Yongo. To find the information, you'll go to elkoi.earth, earth as in dunia. So at this juncture, I'd like to thank you for hosting this event, and I'd like to welcome any questions that you have so that we can work on this as a team. Thank you. Yes, Zainab. Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
So do you have specific, whether joint or individual, specific action plans that we're going to have a follow-up after this, now that we've had a conference, 3 months' time where we are, 6 months' time where we are, or not?
Thank you for that question, and it's a nice question as well. So we are going to have, we are thinking of having a mentor-mentee program where we usher in young people from university level who want to apply for LCOE opportunities, who want to be heard on such forums, so that the ones with the information and the partners in hand and the funding can actually work together with the mentees to work together for the future. So that is one of the projects that we are doing for after LCOE, and is one of the actions plans that we are thinking of and we are having in conversation with our partners. Yes, you had a question. So I'd personally say how I got the opportunity to convene such a wonderful event. We had an application forum, an opening that was given by Yungo for young people in different countries to apply for it. So as GrowPoint, the organization that I work with, we decided, this is a good opportunity that we can mobilize the youth to actually, and partners, so that we can make an impact and create awareness on climate change. So in order to join LCOE, you first need to be a member of Yungo and join the Yungo, which is a forum for UNFCCC. You need to be part of the mailing list so that they can send you feedback and opportunities here and there before you apply. So once you apply, we work together as a team. We had other people coming in, such as Kin, to work together so that we can have, and Ike as well, so that we can have one forum, which we call the LCOE. So next year there will be an application that will be released by Yungo, and I urge each and every one of you to apply in the name of Kenyan delegates, right? So that we can have one voice as Kenyan youth. Yeah. Okay. Yes. So, sorry. The first one was energy access. Number 2 was energy options. The third one was energy policy implementation. And the fourth one was energy related waste. This was according to the voting of the people at the LCOE. Yes. Yes. Yeah, and I like that point because, as I said, this is just a brief presentation on what we discussed. So under energy access, we're going to highlight on what kind of access that we need to have for energy, such as renewable energy, as the option number 1. So there will be a detailed report that will be sent to Yungo, and it will be at the website that I've said, that is lcoe.earth. So in order to access, you just have to log in and see all the details.
Yeah, so can we clap for Apollo? The reason as to why Apollo is strategically standing here is, one, for a long period of time, this space has been for the few. You get it? It has been for the few, and it's either, if not I, there could be maybe no other organization who could convene local conference of view. And I'm very happy that Apollo literally took it upon himself to apply to host local conference of youth. I'm very happy because last year we hosted it here, right? But you can see, like, we were very strategic even with the areas that we are trying to look at, so that we just supplement the process rather than reinventing what? The wheel. So our voices, like what Alphonse has said, is very important to look at the priorities around renewable energy, because if we go to Conference of Youth 17, which is in Egypt, and then we give our priority as Kenyan youth, and then we don't talk about the policy issue, it's really not going to augur well. But I believe, because I heard the discussion, the aspect of policy was coming out strongly. Yeah. So once we see the report, we shall give inputs and even make it stronger. Sawa sawa. So once again, can we clap for Apollo? We are praying that he will be amongst the people for the Conference of Youth next week in Egypt. By the way, it's next week. Wow, it's really with us here.
Yes.
So Collins, I know you are going to be part of Conference of Youth. Please, okay? Let's ensure that we support the initiative that local Conference of Youth brought about. And please let's make the use of the report that will be generated, because it is for the youth. We shall disseminate it as much as possible so that we can use it even within our local actions. Sawa sawa, and congratulations, brother.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Apollo, some of us have been trained naturally to identify mistakes. That is the training Odipo and myself come from. We kind of wave around and don't see a lot of the positives, but we are trained to identify purely something that might have gone wrong with the position. So what Alphonse is asking is quite crucial. It's good to talk about access, but it's good to shape the policy around access first. Probably we would want to see that communities are accessing renewable energy. My grandmother back at home is accessing energy, but I think it's fossil and it's biomass. So however close or quality or reliable the energy might be, there's a bit of a challenge when it comes to accessing biomass or non-renewables. Having said that, the other question that I probably wanted to check with you, and probably we can pick this later, is to what extent is the position locked? To what extent is the position locked? I know you have the themes, but I would want to understand to what extent can someone input onto the statement. If we had a position coming from this place on climate finance, on issues that are not in the position, to what extent can one or two issues get into the position so that they accompany the position as they go to the UNFCCC? That would be a question that probably Isaac would want to talk about with you later. Yes, you want to talk about it? Yes, please. Thank you so much, Asante. Yeah, I think that will be quite important, because it's good to speak with many voices in one, so that
the Kenyan position is inclusive as much as possible. So if Isaac feels probably, and the rest of the team feels like Yungo is a good platform that we can share this particular position that is coming from this place, even as much as we share it with the government, it will just be, it will add value. No one has monopoly of ideas, so it can always add value here and there. Depending on the themes, you can pick what speaks to the themes that, especially on agriculture, you have mentioned something on food, food security and the identified issues that you have put together, climate finance. There is probably the issue of inclusion and the issues of gender. There are a few bits and pieces that we talked with the team around. That is on Monday and Tuesday, and there are some issues that they brought up which could inform what you are doing. I was thinking, thank you so much. That was my serious face. I can come back to my artist face. So. In violence. In violence. Oh, there is another thing that I wanted to say. I like what Apollo has presented, and when Apollo was presenting, one of the things that when I'm allowed some latitude to think, especially when I sit somewhere and someone says something and I try to join some sentences in my brains, something came to me as something that is possibly really need to go out there. This was the statement that came to my brain when I was listening to Apollo. So, the war in Ukraine, or the response to war in Ukraine, or the response to Ukraine-Russia war is futile if we do not respond to the triple crisis of climate, economy, and biodiversity. So that is what came to my mind when Apollo was presenting on the themes. So the response, if you want to write it down, you can. So the response to Ukraine-Russia war is futile if we are not going to respond to the triple crisis of climate, economy, and biodiversity. It came to me when Apollo was talking about biodiversity. So there is something that Apollo mentioned somewhere in his presentation that really was linking to the issues of war and what have you. So it was by an extension of my thinking. The second last presentation is here, and those are the online webinars that we have been having. Isaac, do I need to be welcomed really? Please let us take it easy. Let us take it easy. Let us take it easy. That's why I'm putting on rubbers and a suit. Let us take it easy. So we have been having a series of webinars. By show of hands, how many have attended at least one? Wah. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. So that means that whatever I say here needs to be the truth, and only the truth, nothing but the truth. So if I say anything wrong, I can see that there's a Tarakaniti that is in opposition government that might hold me accountable. So the first webinar series, how many attended? This is where I know how to lie or not to lie. Where? Okay. So the first webinar series was the involvement, or the role of the youth in accelerating realization of NDCs, and purely Kenyan NDCs. NDCs are nationally determined contributions. Ladies and gentlemen, we realize that the youth play a critical role in accelerating the realization of NDCs. We had a few speakers within that particular space. The first one, of course, because she is my friend and very close to my heart, was Daisy, although she was not in the poster. So there was Daisy Chebet from the Council of Governors. We had Brian from Council of Governors. We had, who else? Who remembers? So we had Brian, we had, there was Brian Misiati talking about art, and then there was Judith talking on behalf of the county government of Kisumu. So the following were some of the issues that were discussed. Innovation, the role of the youth in accelerating the realization of NDCs. One of those that were identified as opportunity was innovation. And Daisy explained this. Dolphin was supposed to be here taking us through simulation. Unfortunately, she was not able to make it. But one of the things that was identified was that the youth have a critical role in shaping innovation, because we are a generation that have the big thumb. Just nudge your neighbor that is making the story and tell her you are a generation of the big thumb. We fight our battles online. We fight our battles online. We are a generation of the big thumb. We fight our battles online. That's why the general is fighting on Twitter. Who knows the general? The general is fighting on Twitter. Which one? Oh, M7. M7 is also a general. Okay. The Sun. Oh, okay. So I will not say that on loudspeaker. We are close to the State House. We are close to the State House. I can't say that one. But we are a generation of the big thumb, and we fight most of our battles, if not all, online. People pick beef online. Kanye West picks a beef with Adidas online. He's fired, and the first place we know that Kanye West has been fired by Adidas is online. Octopizzo Calligraph, beef online. They don't beef. By the way, they perform on the same stage, but they beef online. Eric Omondi play music, play KE, and beef online. Vera Sidika that, I've gone for another surgery. Online. Everything is online, right? So we are a generation that fight our battles online. We are the big thumb generation. We have plenty of time. Huyu alikuwa nani? So one of the things that we also realized after innovation was that there is the power of the online space to be able to drive policy processes that are responsive to the youth, women, indigenous people, PWDs, and local communities. That was quite clear, and that was brought out by Misiati. But I like that we have also been able to test what Misiati told us, the power of art, the power of creatives in driving a climate-just future. You've heard the passionate song by Liboy on women and the role of the woman in the society. Quite passionate. Sitaki kusema watu wengine walikuwa wanafanya PR hapa. Wenye wana drop mic na wasichana. But that is also the power. Oh, by the way, I've been promised an art. I've been promised an art. By the way, just hide it, Benjamin, but just know that the art is mine. Try hide the art, but the agreement was that the art is mine. So we have seen the way the lady is called? Nancy. Yeah, Nancy. What Nancy does with the art. We saw in the morning what my brother that I was refusing yesterday not to join the creatives did with the art. No, but I was so silent, and the guy was in a tie. You know, people of art don't dress like that. People of art, but I'm breaking it. People who are creatives are more of easygoing, and they dress like how Zainab's dress. There's always something that they have to compliment. They have to compliment something. So creative mwingine nilikataa ni huyu. Nilimwambia boss, hebu tafuta watu penye watu wa policy wako. So niliona amechana ndevu bwana, nikasema huyu hapana, huyu sio art. And then the other person I refused and actually forced him to join science was him. And he just said, okay, kwa vile umevaa suti na sneakers, wacha niende huko. But just know I'm an artist. Then today in the morning, he pushed ahead and brought me something he has done. Sitaki tu kuisoma, ni kali. ni kali sana. There's another one that I told yesterday that you look like an artist because of the cape you are wearing, but your face doesn't show it. But when I'm creative, I saw it. So the power of art in driving a climate just future is quite important. The standards of Maimuna are so high. I can't explain that further because Maimuna delivered a wonderful speech in the morning on the role of art and creatives in delivering a climate just future. There are people that I actually told yesterday, like my brother who came here, the second one who performed poetry, nilimwambia labda aende atafute watu wa gender. Akae hapo kwa watu wa gender. Akaniambia boss unielewi. Aka insist akaenda art. Then I realized it's paying off. So that is the trajectory, and I think Misiati was quite vocal about it. Imagine if someone can be able to put together a piece on camera. Is it say that? A piece on camera on processes that we need to take as a country to deliver the 32% reduction on our greenhouse gas emission by 2030. Just simply for us, the NDC. Simplify. I told you that if now I started singing ni barua ngapi nimeandika kwa njia ya muziki, all of you would want to join, huh? But if I started here differentiating dydx, there's a probability that I remain with 2 or 3 people in this room. Huh? Or none. No, Isaac will remain. This one I know. This one was a good student in school. This one will remain. There's one also who told me yesterday that they actually know dydx. I think so. It was someone, yeah. You know these people from Kisumu, they like books. They have been hypnotized and told that our liberation will only come from the books. So they don't believe in business. They don't believe in business. So that is one thing that is also there. And then we went to Brian of COG. And Brian of COG was very articulate in telling us how local processes like the development of NCCAP, CIDPs, County Integrated Development Plans, are very crucial in the entire process, and how the youth can be plugged in to various groups that are currently developing the CIDPs. Someone asked a very funny question one day. Is there a gap between the national governments, like now to Kokwa, Hustler Nation, huh? They have like their own agenda. The governor downstream has their own agenda. Is there a time that the Hustler government and my governor now, who was talking about a pronoun before a noun that is a noun and the other one is a verb, is there a link between the government, national government manifesto and the county government manifesto? And I think Isaac brought that clearly during that debate and told us there's always a window of opportunity to mainstream these two development plans so that the county and the national government can be bridged in. And that is during the development of CIDPs. Sindio? So make sure that you plug in the development of your CIDPs. Very crucial. So that you don't tell the governor, but we were thinking, okay, your thinking should be put on paper during the development of CIDPs. And Brian told us that there is also something called financing locally led climate actions and the youth position in the whole framework. The whole framework is the structure of the FLOCA, or rather the structure of local led climate action. There are how many positions? Like in Nakuru, Bob even gave some example that in Nakuru there are 4 positions. 2 are left for youth. 2 are left for women. Sindio? So how can we be able to plug into these particular places to be able to inform the people of what we want? Sindio? So that was the end of our first discussion. But we insisted that at least we want accelerated implementation of NDCs. And I think that will find its way in the position that we will be coming out with in this particular place. The second session was on the new collective quantified goal on finance, something that probably is very close to my heart. We had Senior Nicholas Abuya. We had someone from, we had Nicholas Abuya. Please just help me out if you remember someone. We had Nicholas Abuya. We had who else? There was someone that we had because there were two. Okay, but yes, we had Bob Aston. So Winston Atamba. So we had Winston Atamba, Bob Aston, and Senior Nicholas Abuya. And one of the things that we discussed and agreed was that the initial quantified goal did not consider science. And we said that the new collective quantified goal now needs to be science-based, needs to be predictable, needs to be both in quality and quantity, but they should also consider the principle of transparency. So those ones were Senior Nicholas Abuya's presentation. But Winston said that even as we watch for financing moving forward, we need to ensure that they are in line with the principles of locally led climate action. And he mentioned 8 principles. And that was also mentioned by some women who, that is very harsh. These were mentioned by our sisters from the north, from an organization. I think that was the role of the youth, the role of indigenous community beliefs, religion in driving climate action. So they also mentioned the principles. Womankind Kenya. So the sisters mentioned 8 principles of locally led climate action. It must actually have the ownership of the community. They have to be at least have localized in terms of institutions and so many others, those principles. And I think our position will also, and it is not that the position of that day. Even here yesterday, we found out that there are some people within their analysis of countries that were mentioned, and I don't want to go into that because Isaac will be presenting the position. So people mentioned that we need to read, we need to lead, not read. We need to lead ourselves into the principle of locally led climate actions as we demand for financing for the future. Sindio? And then we had the third webinar series, and the third webinar series focused on, anyone remembers the third webinar series? The third webinar series, anyone remembers? I want us to go as a team. I want us to go as a team. Role of education, youth, role of education, religion, traditional beliefs in indigenous knowledge in delivering climate action in Kenya. And of course, we saw that traditional beliefs are quite crucial in ensuring that we deliver climate action in Kenya. And what we saw is that, and that is where the locally led climate action was coming in. We realized that there is the role of faith. The faith community play a crucial role in ensuring that climate action is achieved and the climate targets are achieved in the country. There was a discussion on which religion or which education system is more exploitative of the environment and which one is not. And Olonde was trying to make a case point that traditional education was more harmonious with the environment as opposed to the current education system where you just print. The first thing that a child from CBC comes home and tells you is that I want to print. How many pages? 30. So that is one thing that Olonde was trying to say, but I was also trying to look at the positives and the negatives of it even before we make a position on this. And I think I don't want to labor the point because Bob Aston has really captured the issue of CBC and how climate change has been mainstreamed in this particular curriculum. Sindio? Was there a fourth one? Was there a fourth one? Uh-huh. Oh yes, that one was the one for our ladies from Womankind, right? Yes, so I think those were the key positions. I know I've lumped them together, but Isaac will be coming to detail some of the issues that have now found themselves in the position paper of our workshop. Sorry? Oh, adaptation financing, and how the global goal on adaptation can be shaped. That also was, but Isaac is going to detail almost everything. So ladies and gentlemen, is there any question and anything that we feel we left out in the series? I know that there are some webinar series that will be continuing, especially starting tomorrow or Friday, probably. Tomorrow or Friday, please look out at the page of YWCA. Please feel free to join, register, and sometimes it's either on not YouTube. It's either on Twitter Space or on a Zoom platform. So just take note of that. There is always a window that YWCA puts this on their Facebook, Twitter, and all those social media platforms, and the same with the partner Ike, as well as Dorcas Aid International. Thank you so very much. I want to invite Isaac. So this one I have to introduce him. Isaac Oindo is the program coordinator for Ike and not for Ike, no, for YWCA, and is the lead in this particular project that has brought us here today. Besides being an official, he is also my brother somewhere. So we are co-laborers in this field. The harvest is plenty, the laborers are few. So we want to harvest as many as possible. So Isaac will be presenting to us the final position, and guiding us even further as we move ahead with time. Today I promise we will finish by 4. And we will have some enjoyment after that. Asanteni sana.
Wow. So I think these days, the days we've been here has been so tiring. Sindio? It was not a walk in the park, but we tried to make it a bit light by having some entertainment. So yeah, so we need to project this. You just give me, where is my phone? Oh, it's here. Well, this position was actually developed. It has very strong terms, but I think that is what it takes to, at that particular level. Just have this projected so that I can talk to them. So we need to pay keen attention to this, so that if you think there is any issue which has not been highlighted, you can give an input. But at the same time, I've just seen an invitation, by the way, for pre-COP for the entire, from Oxfam, and they want us to give. I'm happy because they are now recognizing that we are dealing with youth, women, marginalized, and indigenous people. So let's clap for ourselves for that. So that will happen tomorrow. I know we are tired, Collins, but it will happen tomorrow at Pan-Africa Hotel. I've just seen the invitation. So this thing is loading slowly. Okay. Okay, so this is emanating from the conferences that we've been having the webinars and also for the 3 days, the issues that we have discussed here. I know I've been so much deliberate, especially with the outcome of LCOE. So some issues we could push through the LCOE, but some outstanding issues as regards to the marginalized people, we will push through this particular position. You could as well have a copy and then we see how to synchronize, because we need to make as much impact as possible right from the Conference of Youth to the real COP that is coming. And I can assure you we shall have a post-COP meeting. We shall bring everyone back here and give a feedback on how all that process has gone. And by the way, can we appreciate that USA? By the way, she has featured in NTV. I'll project it shortly. We can just project it. Huh? Okay. See, just. So, you know, position we read, Sindio, because it's kind of a statement. Eh? So I just want to have it projected, then I can read. It has very strong terms. Where you think we can demystify further, you just alert the secretariat here so that we can see how to even make it better. And this one entails the statements that we have given to the media houses today. So here we are. Is it visible? Okay. And I believe we employed as much professionalism in constructing these statements as possible. So one, Kenya Youth, Women and Marginalized Communities communique ahead of COP27 in Sharm el Sheikh, Egypt. Did I say the right thing? No. I haven't struggled with the and then you stop me really. That's not fair. So this one is actually given out today on 26th October 2022. The reason as why we are doing this, so that you can identify yourself as a contribution that you've had in this SAWA. So So, at the invitation of Young Women Christian Association, Africa Youth Initiative on Climate Change Kenya, and several other partners, and the Kenyan Youth, Women and Marginalized Communities met at YWCA headquarters in Nairobi, Kenya, from 24th to 26th October 2022 for a National Youth, Women and Marginal Communities Post-26 dissection and COP27 Consultative Dialogue Workshop. The consultative workshop aimed at advancing the role of Kenyan youth, women and marginalized communities' participation in post-Paris climate dialogue processes and consolidating the constituency's voice ahead of COP27, specifically focused on one, unpacking the outcomes of the 26th COP while highlighting their relevance and meaning and implications to the Kenyan youth, women, and indigenous people and local communities. Secondly, providing a platform for the Kenyan youth, women, and indigenous people and local communities to dialogue and come up with an official post-26 position, COP26 position for lobbying, advocacy, and strategic framework and roadmap for approaching COP27. Kizungu imeanza ku. Hiyo si ni kizungu mingi. Over the 3 days, participants discussed the worsening impacts of climate change, the regrettable lack of sufficient commitment from global political leaders, and slow progress. We are contextualizing. Nataka mjibu. Those who are not paying attention to this, I don't know what you are going to run with. We are contextualizing the issues. One, the worsening impacts of climate change, the regrettable lack of sufficient commitments from global political leaders, and slow progress in climate negotiations, especially on climate finance, adaptation, and loss and damage agenda items, in close consideration to the gender nexus. After thoroughly considering the different views in the room and online, the participants issued the following statement. These are now the specific statements. Sindio? So the position paper starts there. We are deeply concerned by the continued push by the global north for scientific attribution and quantification of loss and damage. In contrast, the science of climate change and evidence on loss and damage is already well established, even in the latest IPCC report. We are also intensely concerned by the increasing challenges for loss and damage and must deliver on transparency. Do you agree with that? Good. We therefore demand the following. On climate finance, we demand that the parties must provide new and additional short and long-term finance based on science, the needs for the peoples of the global south balanced between mitigation and adaptation, with an immediate step of fixing the broken commitments on delivering the inadequate $100 billion in public finance by 2020. We strongly call on parties to settle on the definition of climate finance no later than COP27. These are now our demands. Besides addressing the issue of accessibility of climate finance by local and grassroots communities from the global south. We demand that GCF, the Adaptation Fund, and other fund mechanisms conform to the principles of financing what? Locally led climate actions, evidence on gender, and social inclusion and accessibility. We emphasize the pivotal and leadership role that African governments should play in consolidating an African voice and experiences on loss and damage, and strongly demand for predictable and verifiable new and additional climate finance support for the same. On loss and damage, we demand urgent interventions and frank negotiations on loss and damage, given the evidence already provided by the AR6 report on the IPCC, majorly on the African continent. We strongly denounce market-based mechanisms and other false solutions propagated as solutions for loss and damage. We further caution all stakeholders, and especially the global north and the private sector, against any form of thought on applying market mechanism on loss and damage response. We demand urgent operationalization of the Santiago network on loss and damage, considering the magnitude of loss and damage in Africa not later than COP27. And by now I think we should even have some of those posters written that demand, so that we can use it for our demonstrations. We demand that parties put a clear distinction between loss and damage and disaster risk reduction, as provided in the evidence of AR6. We demand the establishment of a special finance facility for loss and damage response in line with Article 8 of the Paris Agreement. These finances for loss and damage should be predictable in quality and quantity, and should be separate from other financial instruments. We demand commitment from the parties in following the direction already set by the Scottish Government at COP27 in financing loss and damage. That should be COP26. We are going to change that. That should be COP26. Okay. We call parties to be alive to the differentiated impacts of losses and damages to men, women, youth, and disabled, and act following the establishment of or established evidence which are there. On adaptation, we call on parties to accelerate their commitments and honor their pledge on or to adaptation finance. We also emphasize and demand that the global goal on adaptation must carry with it the aspirations of the youth, women, indigenous people, and local communities. On mitigation, we call upon the parties to raise NDC's ambitions by committing to the rapid energy transformation required to cut global emissions by 50% by 2030 and reach net zero emissions by 2050, in line with the recent IPCC 1.5 degree special report. We emphasize that any transition as part of the response measures to developing countries shall be just, gradual, gender responsive, and not affecting efforts for poverty reduction. Developing countries should be supported and facilitate technological and other capacity support to venture for new emerging economic opportunities with regards to poverty reduction. On gender, human rights and indigenous people's rights, which I think is a very crucial thing that we talked about here. Sindio? We call on parties to take action to implement the activities under the Gender Action Plan in order to strengthen consideration of gender aspects in climate-related activities. Nishasoma hadi wengine wameanza kuiona. We also encourage the I was on number 2. Continue with Lima Work Program in order to ensure that the integration of gender consideration into the processes under the Paris Agreement. We also advocate for allocation of adequate financial and human resources to build the needed capacity on gender dimensions of climate policy and action at national level, and to comply with the requirements on gender under the Paris Agreement implementation guidelines. Follow the recommendations in the Paris Agreement implementation guidelines to include gender responsive adaptation action and traditional knowledge, and I think that one came out strongly. Si wale mnajua wale rainmakers. Yeah, so traditional knowledge, knowledge of indigenous people, and local knowledge systems related to adaptation communications, to report on this. On agriculture, we urge parties that the Coronivia joint work on agriculture. I hope none of us up to now would, do you know what Coronivia joint work program on agriculture means? Yes? We do, right? Because the speaker in the morning actually addressed it adequately. So we urge parties that the Coronivia joint work on agriculture should address the vulnerabilities of agriculture to climate change, reduce insecurity and eradicate poverty amongst communities whose livelihood depends on agriculture, while reducing greenhouse gas emissions and not stress on the trade on or in technology. Under technology development and transfer, we stress that technology development and transfer should be accompanied with capacity building. Bob Baston presented on this. Isn't it so? Good. So we stress that technology development and transfer should be accompanied with capacity building to facilitate both adoption of the technologies and knowledge for their usage at respective local areas. Further, we further stress that technology needs assessment should be linked with on-ground implementation and not end at identification level. So, guys, that marks the end of our position. We had, sorry for the big terms, and this is negotiation at the UN level, at that particular level. So we take into cognizance the complexity of the issues there, so we had to align them to real terms. But most of the issues here are as local as we discussed them. Sawa sawa. Feel is left behind that should accompany this, because this position from tomorrow we shall submit it to the government. But at the same time, bigger civil society organizations have called for a meeting, of course, so we have something that we'll also present to them for integration. But they're looking broadly, not only on the youth, women, marginalized and indigenous communities, but generally civil society organizations and NGOs. Good. So we are accepting questions. Yes. Yeah.
This is our position coming from this setting, but also that will play a role or rather a part into the Kenyan
context, yes.
And I feel that as much as this is what we discussed, it feels like it could have come from any other country. We could consider introducing local related specifics of Kenya and like the communities that are here. Is there a way we can mention specific local damages, specific local communities, specific local, that will make this, somebody reads it and they're like, this is from Kenya, and not, I don't know.
I get a point. I'll answer you. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Any other question? Yes?
There is a request that if you have a question, unaweza kuja uchukue mic au usimame somewhere hapa, because camera ikianza kumove inakatiza. So you are
So we have Zainab and then the greatness. Then we have, so we pick 3, we answer them, and then we move to the next batch. So first of all, we have Zainab, and then we have the greatness. Who else? Then we can come here, and then from there we can pick additional moving forward, okay? Good. So, yes, Zainab, you can just reiterate your question again so that...
So yes, this was a...
Who is writing them? Oh, you're writing, good.
This is a question, but also a comment. I feel that the document, as much as it's true, it's exactly what we discussed, and these are really our positions. But this could be, when somebody goes through the document, it could be positions coming from any country. And considering we went really specific with our issues, our problems, our effect, how climate change is affecting our communities, but also when you're talking about indigenous and marginalized communities, I feel we need to also include that part into our document. That way, when somebody reads it, they can see this is from Kenya. So maybe we could include specific effects, when you talk about traditions, specific traditions that apply to Kenya. When you're talking about, look, I've seen several things that we can maybe localize, and just so that Kenya comes out and our issues comes out, as much as we are talking to them, on behalf of, but, I feel like it could give our positions power by making it more personal, but also attaching a face and a voice to our issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Greatness. And I hope Gomora is not planning to leave.
My question is, I have appreciated the points You have typed double Y. I appreciate where the cursor is. There is a mistype. Yeah, opportunities. My question is the representation of artists and their voice in propagating climate change, and if there is a way we can be included in this document so that we have a space, also a fund. Okay, we have a space and also a fund for artists to be able to push this agenda. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Okay, the third one. Oh, you can use mine.
So mine is just more of a suggestion, because we're talking about it's more of a negotiation. So from the field where I come from, we say everybody has a price. You just need to advance your bargaining odds. So my suggestion is that when we are going to COP27, I think we need to start at the higher stake. And while you are negotiating, we need to force them to come to our level. That's my suggestion.
So can I respond to the three, and then we can pick next version? Yes, as you can realize, the position is kind of linked to the negotiation tracks at COP. Okay? So there are different actions around COP. Okay? So we are tasked to create as more evidence as possible. Because even if we talk about loss and damage, can we show that really there are some aspects of our communities or vulnerabilities that require funding for loss and damage? So that is the next strategy that we are going to go to after this, so that we see what are the messaging, okay, even from our push as civil society organization. COP is kind of a complicated process. So a negotiator who might be negotiating on our behalf could pick points within here and then align them to different negotiation tracks on different days. They are called texts that are actually coming out after every negotiation. So you'll find us maybe during COP, we shall be sending you a message. These are the texts for the day. Are the texts out? Okay? So maybe, Collins, we would have actually projected some examples of the texts from the COP negotiations so that we also see how they are done. But I get your point. We really need to provide evidence. So annexed to this should be our strategies even to build it further. Okay? I think that also answers Dan's question. Yeah, because if we can have strategies, and this is why we need to get all our role, because I believe not all of us will go to COP. Sindio, if it was our power, but even the UNFCCC has really limited the number of people going to COP from the private sector. Sawa sawa. Wametunyima accreditation. You can't participate in any COP without accreditation. You have to be recognized by UN that you are going to participate in that process, either as an observer, as a party, as any kind of a badge. Okay? So some of us are still really struggling to get those accreditations for people to participate. But our strategy on the ground should be, how are we going to push this communication from maybe at our desk or online, okay? And it should be that, are we going to provide a platform for our engagement online? Because that is the time we could push a lot of advocacy online. But for those who will be there, we also have to plan with them adequately to provide us enough evidence as possible. Last year, we had even a photo of a woman who actually suffering from a dried well, okay? That is what I was actually championing for in those corridors. See, as you negotiate on gender issues, this is a typical woman from Africa. This is the issue that they have. They listen to you and then they go negotiate. So that can actually inform the decisions that they are going to make at that particular level. Yours was actually a sentiment, not really a question. Sindio? Hey. So that was a sentiment, that we should even raise the bar even higher, which I think is good, really. our ambitions should be higher, so that even if they are not met, they fall at least in a safe place. Yes. So sorry for the terms here, but then for that level, it required us to use very strong terms. Yes. So I'm going to him. Yes. Okay. Yes. Komora. Where's the other mic? Oh.
Hello, guys. Just allow me. My office and yours are not the same. Our offices are like when you are here sitting, we are working. I'm about to go for a show somewhere else. But before I go, I have a sentiment to the government. You see, normally we come and discuss all these things. We have forums for the youth, my youth group, my CBOs. We bring all those policy issues. And sometimes when you take them up there, they're no longer, they just go and disappear like that. What I would ask is for the government to have the willingness to listen to us and to respond back, because as much as we want to do all this and go in the streets and make noise about the climate, for example, who has been here 10 years ago in Nairobi? 10 years ago. Who has seen the Nairobi River change from a river to a sewage system? And the government is just there watching. We have even NEMA. What are they doing watching that river turn into a sewage? If you go up Hapa to as you go to Westlands, there's a ditch Hapa you dug there, right? And it's bringing sewage towards town, and it's becoming folly. It's smelling so bad there. So you wonder, are they not seeing these things? Yet they have the power, the resources, the money, all those things. So what's happening? Because we may go on street and make noise, but they have the mechanisms to change all those things. So I will ask that as you guys go there, please advocate the government to really listen to the people, because we're actually screaming out. And lastly, I want to thank you guys very much. I met some beautiful people here in this. They're doing, using cow dung. But quality is not true. But so you see what you see on the media, by the way, the power of the media, right? Anyway, I'm about to go. Thank you for having me here, sharing the music. Come for my show on Saturday, both for us at Rush Band 5. And thank you, and God bless you guys. When you come down to doing that implementing the group work supposed to be doing, let's make noise, maze. Let's make noise. Ama ni aje? Ukina when you make noise, piga picha, piga video, make a song, make a poetry, nini, ambia msee okota hiyo PK rapping mafupa hapo, hapana simama hapo. Achukua hiyo plastic bag. Si ndio? Okay, guy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Komora is really instrumental in this. By the way, this guy is an environmentalist by training. Hii gita amejipata tu.
I have a degree in environmental science from Pune University with second upper class.
Yes.
Thank you.
I told you he's an environmentalist, but sometimes passion exceeds. The passion exceeds. Where's Nancy? Okay. So, yes, thank you for those sentiments. We are actually advocating for local actions. That in short, and thank you for bringing that out. We are here, and then we'll move. We here?
Hi everybody. So my name is Robin Omeka, but I perform on stage as Enigma Creative. That's creative with a K. Enigma? Yes. My question was a question when it was asked by her, and you answered part of it. So now it's more of a sentiment. One thing I've picked up is the COP process is very difficult. There's a lot of lobbying, there's a lot of people, and you have to really try to assert yourself to be heard. Yeah. But then I'm asking myself, instead of getting lost in all of that, like the statement you've given us here is comprehensive, and it covers a lot of what we've done over the past few days. But then, how then do we come back and say we are finished with COP27? We went and represented you. This was our statement. These were the deliberations that were given. But then from what they agreed on, how do we measure how much have we taken as, for example, measurements or KPIs, so that we can now begin the journey of, we had set out to have this agenda, but then this was deliberated, and we feel like at a policy level internationally, the trickle down to us getting what we had set out to do can be measured like this. So, for instance, my suggestion would be, we have now a counter statement, like a document that now says, for our statement to have been achieved, this bullet point will have to have these deliverables, so that we can see and say we achieved, or we can measure how much we achieved. And then that can now begin to help us in the process of planning for other COP coming together.
Okay.
Yeah, so that was my question.
Thank you. You know, when someone starts talking about KPIs, I become very happy as a program person. Yeah, of course, we have strategies to measure success out of this. But the statement itself is actually speaking to the issues that we're talking about. Remember, we are giving this to the government. There is what we call the government position. So the demands that we have here are actually supposed to be included in the government position. From there, we shall have known actually whether our issues have been factored in or not. And then the next call of action, it could be an advocacy that we're running, that these are the issues. But again, at a certain level also, the government can incorporate all these issues in their position, but then COP fails to deliver. Remember, if you go to a negotiation, you are not going to a negotiation to come up with everything that you demand met. Okay? Yes, we are vulnerable as Africa and we are vulnerable as Kenya, so we require support from the developed countries, even to allocate funds to address our vulnerabilities. You get it? Yes. So we going to COP with open heart, really, for our issues to be addressed adequately. If not addressed, we shall have different strategies of advocacy that we shall run from now going forward. But what I will encourage even during this COP process, I mean, COP is a very tough process. It's not really something enjoyable as people would think, because those negotiations run even up to late night, midnight, okay? Your mouths could go dry for those who are negotiating, okay? So it's not really something that you would say that we're going to Egypt to see the pyramids. Even that time for pyramids might not be there. Sindio? Yes, so I'll give Collins even to answer that further. But I think before Collins comes in, we could hear from Aporo. Let me know if there is any other person. Is there any other person? Just him. And then I think we can address them together.
Thank you, Collins. I don't know whether mine is a question or a rejoinder at the same time. The report is very specific and comprehensive, so applause to the team that compiled the report. What I would put in, my interest is on loss and damage. And particularly on loss and damage, we have always been calling now for finance, time and again, and actually in the report, we are still calling for finance in loss and damage. But my question would be, how would it be if we factor in or we put in the report the aspect of developing policies that can be able to confine the commitments that are made in loss and damage to actually make people responsible on this loss and damage. We know that the Santiago network for loss and damage, but what they discuss there is just framework of items that they want to pass across. But how
how will it be now if we sit down and formulate a policy that governs the loss and damage protocol or maybe aspect on climate change, so that at least even Africa can be able to be comfortable even when we are asking for these finances on loss and damage?
Now, Ivy is really interfering with my listening to this. I think, Collins, you can, something really needs my urgent action, but you can.
Haya basi, wacha niongee kwa hii ingine. I'll be brief because we said we want to leave by 4. It's now at probably 2 minutes asked by the last speaker. In terms of developing policies, it's a good thought. How many of us know that Baringo County has sued Kenya? Yeah, they have sued Kenya for lack of policies that can be able to be responsive to their needs and the ways. Huh? Yeah. Oh, the Kenyan. Oh, so let's say, let me add the government. They have sued the Kenyan government, not Kenya then. Okay, they have sued the Kenyan government on. Sorry. But they have sued the government, and I think the case should be heard soon. I'm watching for the government to lose. Yeah, if the government wins and we go to court asking for loss and damage finances, it will be very awkward. Yeah, it is very important that the government loses this one. It's very, very important the government loses this one. But the call for loss and damage, and if you look at the position, I don't know if Isaac has a password to his laptop. Password. But if you looked at the password one, password. If you looked at the good, it's come. Hakuna password hapa kumbe. If you look at the issues on loss and damage, so we are saying that we need urgent intervention and frank negotiations on loss and damage, given the evidence already provided by our report. And then there is the issue of policy, though very silent. I don't know if you can read this. Just read this. We demand that parties put a clear distinction between loss and damage and disaster risk reduction, DRR. You know, that is purely a policy call. It is a policy call because we need a distinctive element, because there has always been an overlapping element between humanitarian aid and assistance to disaster risk reduction and loss and damage. To what extent do we say that this is loss and damage, and to what extent do we say this is? So if that statement is kind of just fragmented, and then now we start looking at the elements of the statement, there's a policy inside it. So it wasn't really like written like we need a policy, but it's something that is there, so that we separate the work of UNEP and the work of UNDRR. There is a policy to it that needs to be. Of course, we know that certain onset disasters probably could be climate induced, but we need a policy guideline onto that. How do we act on that angle? In terms of the issue raised by Enigma Creative regarding monitoring and evaluation, I liked that aspect, because this is a communique. Isaac reads it communique, but that is read by French people like that. English people like us read the communique. So this is a communique probably for the policy people. But if you are developing a policy position paper, who remembers the components of a policy position paper? Because we said that yesterday. Identify an issue, describe the issue, offer your policy proposals, give ways through which your policy proposals can be able to effect change and the positive gains, and annex a monitoring and evaluation plan. So if we are to develop probably a 5-pager, then we'll have a monitoring evaluation plan for this. But this is purely a communique, as Isaac calls it. If we were to dismantle this and now start describing it, the issue you are saying and the issue Zainab is saying on contextualizing the issue, we will actually now have like a paragraph, context of Kenya, and say da 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 da. But you see, this is sort of a media communique. The media needs to have it very fast, and they probably don't have. Miguna was saying, I will answer the question the way I want. So Miguna was saying that, and Ageo is telling him, please speak to the point, because they have a time frame. Some people might, and I think Miguna suffers the syndrome of speaking for too long, yet PLO Lumumba says that if you stay in it for too long, you spoil it. No matter how good no matter how good a dancer you are, if you stay for too long, you spoil it. So media wants short and sweet. I'm gonna keep it short and sweet. Short and sweet. DJ, play the sawa sawa. So those are the other things that I wanted to mention. But I also want to echo what Isaac mentioned regarding putting KPIs to it, to this particular communique. Quite crucial, very important. But one of the things that probably I have to apologize that I did not mention is that the Paris Agreement is voluntary. It is so voluntary, and that is what Isaac means by saying that parties might not act to your demands. Unlike the Kyoto Protocol, we didn't say Kyoto Protocol, but Kyoto Protocol was binding. We have to do. When the Paris Agreement came on board, everything became voluntary. So your demands, in as much as you hear the government of Kenya coming back and hosting a post-COP, and they were saying that it's a compromise COP. We had to go with face down and not face out. And by the way, because we did not agree on face out or face down, we decided to refrain from it from the position, but rather put it in terms of transition, so that no one is saying that our position as the youth is to face down, because we did not agree. Zainab started by saying that she was for face out, and then in the middle, after some explanation and back and forth, she said, now I'm for facing, she was for facing, she started from facing out, and then she came to facing down. Then we realized we were not conclusive in this agenda. So we said, let us agree first before we agree. Because we disagreed and agreed, but we were remaining with the component of agreeing fully, so that we can agree. But we have captured it in the way of transition, so that our transition is sort of balanced. We don't know whether we want to face it out or no. Camera, cut that one, cut that part, cut that part. And we'll retake that one again. So I think those are something that were asked. Unless I did not handle anyone's question apart, from what was left for Isaac. Yes, please. Nimeambiwa ukitaka kuuliza swali unakujako tu karibu hapa, alafu unauliza. By the way, for the team who are given the notebooks, please, if you have one, give this lady for me and a pen. The meeting is ending, but she can take notes in church.
So, good evening, everyone. My question was to be directed to Isaac, but I can't see him. But I think Collins, you can handle this.
I will try.
So, we've been attending COPs for years right now. So this is the 27th edition of Conference of Parties that we will be attending this year. And we have been having negotiators in this space all through. And they have been presenting our demands. We have been having them representing our governments, and we have been having them representing us as the people from the global south. But for years we've been greenwashed, and our demands have not been met. So, like, which strategy these negotiators would be advised to use this year so that our demands can be handled well and the promises that have been given can be delivered.
Wow. Isaac ako wapi? Isaac ako wapi? Now, what she has asked kind of brings me into something that is quite interesting. Number one, and now that she has something about negotiators, Isaac, when I'm being asked which strategy we can be able to use with our negotiators to ensure that they deliver accordingly. I'm going to try to answer. You know, I'm not so very conversant in this field. Najaribu tu. Hii field niko tu hivi hivi. So, number one, I want probably to challenge Dorcas Aid, challenge YWCA, challenge Ike, challenge Kufum, and challenge all the partners in this room that if you had a meeting where you called ladies or women negotiators, there's a possibility that there will not be 50 of them globally. Quite unfortunate. Very unfortunate. So I think it's a high time that we start mentoring young women negotiators. That is one thing that I wanted to say before I answer your question. The question you have asked takes us to, of course, the broader topic of the project. That is advancing the role of, let us remove youth, let us say advancing the role and capacity of African negotiators on post-Paris climate dialogue processes. Number one, when we were in the virtual meeting when we were talking about the new collective quantified goal on finance, I said something that I would stand with any time, that the oil skin of the house is not for strangers. You cannot have AMSEN in Africa, and then one of the major successes you are talk about is bringing John Kerry to talk onto that. I mean, it is an African Ministerial Council on Environment. It is not a parties conference of environment. If they want to do a parties conference, let them go to pre-COP. So you go to COP when someone knows your agenda, they know your position, and they have 3 weeks to prepare. And I told you when I was trying to do the presentation that a prepared government comes when they have analyzed you. So that was hypothesizing what you might get at the COP. This one, John Kerry has everything that you have. He has everything. Like, he doesn't even need to say that we are hypothesizing. He already knows that Africa are going to ask for a loss and damage facility. If you read the John Kerry speech, nani anaoganga maji baridi? If you just bathe cold water, sit down with John Kerry's speech, read it line by line, you will realize that this person is actually leading to the point that Isaac was trying to mention, the issue of market-based financing, because he's talking about private sector coming to invest in climate action. Sit with that speech down, read it to detail. Just sometimes we suffer. The Lord says that my people suffer for lack of knowledge. I think that suffering is up to date. So sometimes these documents are open. Just go, retrieve his statement, speak to it, say that, okay, Heavenly Father, I really want you to help me concentrate for the next 30 minutes. 30 minutes is enough for that speech. It's a 3-pager. Sit down, read it. It's purely investment in the climate change space by the private sector. And then the African people who are dressed like me, what I always say is that we have white people, black people who are dressed in white suits. So they are representing the white. Yesterday, or was it 2 days ago, now we have an amalgamation of MDBs, multilateral development banks of Africa, coming up to say that we are going to invest as a private sector in the climate change space, implementing directly what John Kerry said. And Africa group of negotiators, Africa group of negotiators cannot just think beyond that wall. I mean, look keenly. Just study these people, the way they think, the way they act. They are not very wise, by the way, but they benefit from our open hearts They all benefit from our open hearts. Africans, we treat people with utmost good faith. We want to treat you as a fellow brother, we want to treat you. But then they treat us as people that poverty is an industry. Poverty is an industry. So that is one. We let so many people come to us. Number two, our negotiators kind of lack the capacity or have very limited capacity, and they are refusing to mentor young people. That's why I'm very close to Fred. People wonder why I'm very close to Fred. I'm very close to Fred because of that. Unlike any other negotiator, Fred is harsh and very brutal, but is willing to take 1-2 people to work with him. I didn't know anything on transparency until I became his friend. I didn't know anything on monitoring, verification, and reporting. He walks you through like a toddler. He says, okay, you might have gone through the issues, but transparency is not your area. Let me walk you through this particular path. And that is what we need to offer one another. So you have a negotiator like the low side of Africa group of negotiators is led by someone from Senegal who understands English like this level. And you expect a lot from them. And remember, this person, as much as they are a negotiator, and that brings me to the third point. So we have talked about the issue of being too much open. Number 2, there is the issue of capacity. Number 3, there is the issue of clusters, where there's a negotiator from Senegal whose minister is banking on to influence the Africa group of negotiators to side with the position of LDCs. Africa has so many groups that we have LDCs, we have the Oasis, we have the, can we just say we have an African continent and not these small countries? I don't know what have you. So that, and we have this, and I think probably someone pushed us into it. That is the fourth point. We have this issue of chasing the carrot. We are offered this in compromise for this. So I always don't want to say this, but why does South Africa has to negotiate for Africa on finance when it is 2 days prior to negotiations and they have been offered a just transition fund? Is it in good faith? It is like when it happens in our country, we call it corruption, but when it happens in the West, we call it lobbying. They have been lobbied. They have been lobbied to come and negotiate on finance. And then we just take it normally. We say, South Africa is representing us, we are okay. And they have, the person who is representing us is a white person with a very thick English accent, and we're just fine. It is now time, as Ngugi wa Thiong'o says, that we put that thing of the oil skin of the house is only for the household to practice. How many of us read The River Between? Yeah, it is important. It is important. Let us read our own African literature. Yes. Of the strangers. I realized that Agoro Sare was teaching these people better. I went to a school called Nyagondo Secondary School. The motto for that school was searching for excellence. I'm still searching for excellence. So, ladies and gentlemen, those are a few things that we need. But we need the reason, the only way, the strategy that we can be able to use to ensure that we achieve what we want to achieve, have a one African voice, convincing our negotiators that this is our position. And when they dangle carrots on us, let us also use their AGOA. Let's dangle the AGOA on them and tell them, yes, stop this, we stop giving you raw materials. We see if they can cook their turkeys and eat their things in the West. So those are my few remarks, unless there is any other thing that needs to be answered. Did we answer everything? We answered everything. Isaac, thank you. I tried on your behalf. I want to return this program to Isaac. I was hoping that YWCA can give us a send-off because they welcomed us here. Thank you so much. Thank you for offering the opportunity. This is now a 1-minute to market my former school.
Kudo Primary.
So the candidates are sitting their exams very soon. Please, if you can talk to your former school, if you can talk to your former school, the headmistress, the headmasters, the current generation are, and this one is now off the curve. The current generation are very funny people. They have zero or no interest in education, especially the boy child. Please, if you have a brother, if you have a sibling who is a boy child, encourage them. Tell them that life, of course, is not all about education, but education is important. That's why Olunga is playing football and going to school. But most importantly, to Kudo Primary School. If you know someone from there, please tell them that success in the exams. Thank you so much, and have a brilliant, brilliant week ahead of you. Asante.
Wow. Where is the DJ? No, Farida is having a birthday. We missed to. So let's. Okay. I was just mentioning. I've not finished. I was just mentioning. No. I was just mentioning. Relax. Okay. So I hope. Relax a bit. Are the questions well answered? You can see hadi akaongeza sosa ya Kudo Primary. No, this guy from Kudo is really this is what I want to say, and as we finalize it, you can see that we really have a lot of task ahead of us. And it's not really very easy. I want to show you something here, just shortly. I know we are all tired, but you can also see from my face, I'm also very tired. I can even fall, but we won't allow it. So,
I fear for my environment, I fear for my people, and I fear for my life. All around.
Nimewaonyesha tu. Yeah, so
the country, the heat is on. I fear for my climate.
Is that voice familiar?
Whose
voice is that?
I fear for my climate. I fear for my environment. I fear for my people. And I fear for my life. All around the country, the heat is on.
Watoto yangu suku hivi tumelala, hakuna chakula, uchungu. Nasema Mungu mimi haje wewe na mimi. Njaa mwalimu, njaa. Mwingine anazimia.
And the life and death choices facing governments. What is Kenya's plan? And can global leaders find a solution?
We are alive to the challenges of drought.
This week, NTV begins the journey to COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, with special reports from the ground and expert views on the road ahead. That's on NTV, where climate action matters.
So, I'm very happy because we heard stories from here, right? You gave a story, she gave a story. So we expect that this one is going to run immediately from now and from this evening. Watch news at 1, at 7, at 9. Our issues will feature there. Citizen TV, NTV, K24. We expect Kameme. Okay, Radio Ramogi and all that. So really, yes. But what I wanted to link with that, I can see Akode is just doing that. I don't know what she means by that. It might be time, so I want to ensure that I don't keep you guys further than this. What I would want to reinstate is, this is our way forward. The strategies that you developed within your groups are going to be part and parcel of the momentum that we are going to build. Sawa sawa. So, sasa those who are in charge hata ndio wanaongea zaidi. You know, I told you I'm practicing to be a teacher. Hii class yangu wataongea hivi. Watu bana, itakuwa tough teaching, eh? Yes, so this is what we want us to agree on. The Secretariat is going to sit again to consolidate all those issues. And we are going to seal this even during post-COP, that we are going to come back together and agree on the momentum that will run for a long period of time. Is that clear? So this document, expect it, and I hope Ivy mnaniangalia, you know the kind of tough leadership that we are offering. So that document has to be done before Friday, and then it has to be shared with the participants. Sawa sawa. During post-COP, we shall get into MOU with every single CBO, every single organization that will be represented. Sawa sawa. Collins, you have? Okay. So when we meet, most probably post-COP has to happen before the end of November, because we are also given timelines that by 30th of November we have to hand over everything to the donor. Tunaelewana? So that week of 20th or 20 something, ukiona tumewa convene, we want to look for more partners to come on board, even to make it better. And that gets me to feedback from this. If there is anything that you think we should improve as YWCA, I know there are good things that we have done. I'm not interested in the good things. Learn. Sawa sawa. From me to you, I didn't see anything bad, and I really appreciate for your discipline and also commitment to work even up to very late. Sawa sawa. For the team going to COP, which will be unveiled in a special way and might not be here, but this is the structure. We must have one PWD, tunaelewana. We must have one woman. We must have one youth, tunaelewana. And there will be a total of 6 people who are actually will represent. But we are looking at a way of even furthering that support to those who will go to COP. We could go to around 8 people. Umeelewa hiyo statement? Yes. So any youth that you think has partial fund or has a serious agenda like Apollo, kindly, there is that room. So just reach out to YWCA, and that is also an extension of support from our project that is also supporting that process. We have 2 projects here, and I think I'm very happy. I think I'm one of the happiest people on earth, seeing one project giving birth to another. See, that one is a wonderful thing. So next time when we meet, we should have 3 projects. Yeah, these 2 should give birth to more 3. And with that, we shall enhance our voices even further. Okay? So that's it. Just take a write for me something. I don't care whether it is harsh, to what extent. If there is anything that we should improve, our intention is to make this process even better and better. Sawa sawa. I do that in every meeting that I go to because it helps me even improve. Both programmatically, logistical issues, our facilities, it might not be one of the best that you have met. You can't compare us with Pan-Afric though. Can't compare us with Serena, but we are good in our own way. Sawa sawa. So that thing that you think we should improve, just do it in a piece of paper, and then Nancy can help me collect, so that we also have that as a way of improving ourselves. I really don't want to talk beyond this, but as a way forward, before I finalize, we are all going to COP. Sisi wote. Sawa. We are all going to COP. Tuko wangapi kwa hii room? Benjamin, a book flight mbio mbio. We are how many people? Around 35 or more, right? So how we are going to COP is what is the yes. So what I mean is we are all going to be active as a momentum in the COP process. Sawa sawa. Because I know negotiation rooms are usually open. Okay? Especially for virtual participants. It is open. We want you to follow up because we are also advancing the skills that you have. Maybe you can develop an interest in negotiations. Tunaelewana? Yes. Follow so that at least when we meet here after COP, you have actually identified yourself with that process. Sawa sawa. So we expect you to be tweeting, we expect you to be doing Facebook, we expect you to be running a lot of advocacy issues on social media. But Opio ako wapi? That guy is outstanding. Wewe. Hey. He's doing so well. Doing so well. Wacha tu. Maybe, we never know. Sindio? John Kim. Asante bwana. Okay? Major. Thank you. And Rhoda, asante. I think now I know everyone. Okay? Yes. Thank you very much. Mtu yangu, simama ufanye hivi. Wewe tu, wewe achana Benja si mtu yangu ni wewe. Fanya hivi. Can you smile back to that lady really? Yes. Actually, sawa tu. Haya. So let me end it at that. Collins, there was something burning, which I think should be part of the way forward. Should be part of the way forward.
Wakurugenzi, unaona ile plan ya artists, kuna kitu imeivana. Nimeona kuchukua mic na kuomba hadharani inasaidia. Naona ukichukua tu mic useme bana naomba pesa bana. Naona kama ina come through. So artists didn't tell me that they wanted a night vigil, but because I said it, Antec reached out and said that if you want to work on something, she's ready to push ahead with it. So please, you can go through Isaac now that najua wanasemanga ati ukiomba hadharani pia weka hadharani ndio usikule peke yako. So the artist that had the idea of having something, if it is probably towards COP or during COP, you can have some plays and what have you, she's willing to come on board.
Night vigil. Muhimu.
Night vigil kwangu ni kesha.
Mnataka kuwa nayo lini? Artist. Edu.
Naona mkipata mic tafadhali msikuwe serious sana. Omba left, right and center. One will give you.
This, you know, I've seen that message and I was wondering hii night vigil ni kama ilinipita jana, but then sasa imekuwa na momentum.
No, hakuna penye iliongelewa jana, ni leo ilikuja tu and then I just said we want a night vigil. We're just asking, even nani ana belt? When you have a mic, just ask. I might remove mine and give you. It's simple.
I don't have a watch.
A watch na ngumu.
Okay. Hiyo mambo ya artist hata mimi nimeichukua serious. Sawa. So before you leave, make your program. The dates will be good to go. Night vigil. Nani sasa atataka kukosa kwa hiyo? Sawa. Okay. So any feedback, any open feedback apart from the ones you are writing? Night VJ? Oh, Liboy. You want to say bye to us? Okay, thank you. Yes. You are? You want someone to perform? You want to perform? Kimbia. As we do that, we prepare for tea. And also, bado umeshiba, we are sorry. We are sorry. And then we will sing happy birthday to Farida. You are leading that? Okay. Karibu ndugu.
Mko poa? Sawa sawa. Mko fiti? Aya, mimi niko poa manze. Yeah, it's been wonderful kuko hapa kulearn all that. So yeah, yesterday I wrote a piece on climate action, but I'm not gonna perform the whole of it. Si tutarudi hapa tena. So I'm just gonna do one verse na one verse ya another piece. So I'll start with the other piece, then don't perform this other one, ama? Okay, yeah. Okay. Mbona hii stuff ina? Unifixie. Hapo ni chini, ino juu. Okay. Yo. Yeah, okay. Welcome. Welcome. Hizi side maisha yetu iko kwa mikono ya gangster saver shooting officers, so job yetu ilibaki kuwa nayo ni kuwa haire tu, cause moshi ya bang ili mix na blood ikatumia pulmonary way kwenda kusaidia heart kupump, ikabaki kiwa haire. So msishangae mbona suji tanga roho juu karibu. Hizi side walini force nienda ICU sababu line zangu ni so sick. Hadi city clock ikwe 9 minutes wrong bado watadynamic. Relationships zimekuwa fake glucose, people they can't stick. Kuna air pollution but ujasikia birds zimekosa say sababu Byron ndo zilienda na big. Mwaka moja na wiki 52 kivi ukijoin 52 people. Tunavuka mwaka faster sababu psychologically people ni weak. Karibu hizi side kuna mabuchari kwa duka za Kenchik. Mabishop wamekuwa masponsor na manani wakakuwa maside chick. Hizi confusion zote ni sababu walikataa kusikiza mapoet. Wamesahau in the beginning kulikuwa na word na si ndo tunai speak, ndo maana inaitwa spoken word. Ati hakuna stuff fiti na ujapei visit kwa YouTube channel za mapoet, ujapei hata visit, ati hakuna msana bonga kuhusu hizi street injustices. Kwani amnisikii niko active west, niko activist, nilingianga mtaa kuna wasee wakaanza kunitanga activist kwa sababu tunabonga kuhusu stuff zinafanyika mtaani, vitu deep mtaa, wasee wanaangushwa na magani. Ni kama wao ni pain hizo family zina go through. Sawa basi, shika glasses violence, tuambie mbona ka cause gun violence. Yeah ma, ndachia hiyo hapo to move kwa the other one, ndio. So hii ni the one that I wrote yesterday on climate action. So yeah, wacha ni kunywa maji kwanza. Wacha ni kunywa maji kwanza, sitaki kuwa drink, nitakunywa tu maji. Water ni life, that's why kwa verse zangu must ni flow. Nikiongelea kuhusu toxic relationship ya Aqua na West, rivers zilikuwa stripped of their beauty kwa daylight tukicheki, badala ya kuisave tulikuja tu na makamera tukapiga picha tukaenda. Sawa basi, attention yangu capture nature imebaki na mafracture ina break fast. Saizi story tunaongelea kwa madina table, then food tunabakisha, of course tunafikisha kwa hizo rivers. Tunaenda forward ama tunarudi rivers. Water bodies zimekuwa zikicry for our help, hatujai do anything. Na msiseme hamkuona cause ni liquid na alien liquid. Inatu affect cause hakuna hadi safe water ya drinking. Moji thinking that take lightly ukifloat kwa sababu unaongelea water. Buddha sinking. Yeah, that's the first verse. The other one that tutaendelea siku tutapatana, si ndio? Yeah, thank you. Morgan Moji.
Nimeambiwa nisome ingine hapa lakini sina flow kabisa. So I'm gonna use my twanging English to be able to. It's written, Allah created the universe and made the earth green. Then created man and anointed him as king. Told him to cultivate the land in order to secure feed. For what may suffice to the next kin. For many years down the line, the ozone layer has enveloped. Then came a generation hastening and competing on who is more developed, crippling the ozone layer from its protecting canopy and getting it disabled. Ultraviolet rays reaching the earth, overheating the land sea, making life a living hell. Incarcerated in it, awaiting vindication, or maybe a miracle to be redeemed from itself. God's solutions at a fingertip, but downplaying implementation. Don't curse the devil, because this ain't an evil spell. Amjasikia? That's a good piece. That's the one I was telling you I was given, but inataka usanii ndio mtu asome. So all the artists in the room, please kujeni huko mbele na tuimbie nani happy birthday. Anaitwa Farida. Farida, happy birthday. Farida, nitakupea brother yangu mdogo, usijali. Njooni nyote mlio na voice. Njooni nyote. Tafadhali, I know the people who are talented. Liboy. Liboy njoo. Liboy. Liboy. Kuja. Liboy njoo. Liboy njoo. Farida. Happy birthday, dear Farida. Happy birthday, dear Farida. Happy birthday, dear Farida. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Farida. May you live many, many more. May you live many, many more. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday, dear Farida. What? I love you like the sunshine in the morning when I'm yawning, like the scent of love ukipika chai ya majani na mandazi. So tea served, tea served, tea served, tea served, tea served. Oh, dear sir, dear madam, the last meeting we had, we agreed that we are going to do some profiles, and we said we are going to use some conjunctions and some words to put some profiles together for the thematic areas. Please, if you have this kind of information, kindly pass it to Jemima Nyangasi on my left, on your right. She's putting on, it is on my left, but it's on your right. On my left, but on your right. Jemima Nyangasi from Africa Youth Initiative on Climate Change. So please, wale ambao wanataka hiyo kwa Kiswahili ama kwa English ambayo inaeleweka, if you have the profiles yesterday prepared by yourselves, please give it to Jemima Nyangasi. Thank you so much. Have a lovely day. Have a lovely week. And see you soon. See you soon. Bye. Ngumu, 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 ngumu. Ngumu, 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 ngumu. Ngumu, 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 ngumu. Ngumu. Hiyo nani amesema?